Alrighty, there we go. We are live. All right. So if you get knocked unconscious, and this is this is a big difference from D&D, and part of the reason why healing somebody a little bit when they're unconscious is not advantageous. So when you go to dying, at the end of every round, you make a recovery check, which is 10 plus your current dying level. If you succeed, your dying level drops by 1. If you fail, it increases by 1. When you get to dying 4, you are dead. So they're kind of like death saves, but the DC goes up as you creep closer and closer to death.
Right.
When you come back from unconsciousness, your dying condition goes away, and you get what's called a wounded condition. And it's numerical: wounded 1, wounded 2, wounded 3, wounded 4. If you drop to unconscious, your dying level starts at a level equal to your wounded condition plus 1. So if somebody gets knocked into unconsciousness, gets brought back up, they have wounded 1. The next time they get dropped to unconscious, they start at dying 2.
Fun.
Okay.
Yeah, so the idea is that preemptive heals is more important than, you dropped, here's 2 hit points.
Exactly. And that's part of the reason why the heal spell, like the second level, 2-action heal, heals so much and at range. Is because it should get you over the hump where a single hit will drop you again.
Okay.
The real danger is if it's a critical hit that drops you, your dying condition starts at 2 plus you're wounded. So if you're at wounded 2 and you take a crit, you immediately go to dying 4.
Ooh.
And die again.
Right. The wounded condition does go away, like it doesn't drop from 4 to 3 to 2 then to 1. If you take the 10 minutes to treat wounds and you're successful, the wounded condition goes away entirely.
Oh, okay.
So as long as you have that time to patch up in between fights, you don't have to worry about your wounded condition carrying over.
I think wounded also goes away if you just hang out for 1 minute at full hit points.
Yes.
Slightly less common, but it does help if we're on a time crunch.
Yeah. So it's not going to carry over from fight to fight, but during a fight, it's something you really need to watch. And if somebody goes down, you want to make sure that you heal them as much as you possibly can.
Right.
You don't want
to be topped up.
Right. You don't want to just toss out like a first level healing word like you do in D&D.
Yeah. The roll, I'm going to call it the death roll, like the I'm saving to not die roll. Is there any bonuses I add to that, or is it just a straight dice?
No, it's just a straight dice roll.
The basic action macro button seems to not be working.
You have to have an actor selected, I think.
Oh, okay.
So like if you drop your token on the map and then select them, then the basic action macro will work.
Okay. I'll wait till
works.
that's important.
Perfect. All right.
Just wanted to make you aware, that's all.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, the Pathfinder Foundry updates frequently, so it's always good to check a couple of things that are kind of important to make sure that they work before we get into play.
Yeah.
I mean, on the plus side, it's updated frequently.
Yeah.
All right. So when last we left, you guys had successfully defended the Eldori Manor from a group of cutthroats and ne'er-do-wells known as the Black Tier, who indications were hired to kind of try to put a stop to this expansion that Brevoy is attempting into the Stolen Lands. Stolen Lands have long been contested between various nations, and Lady Jamandi has some thoughts as to who might have been involved, but she's keeping that card fairly close to her chest. But as a result of your endeavors, you guys all were given an official charter to explore an area called the Greenbelt, which is a forested area south of the Rosslyn hinterlands, and deal with bandit activity in that area. Once you have successfully done so, then you will be given your official charter to settle those lands, set up a kingdom, or I guess a barony, and rule it as you see fit. You've spent a couple of days here in the capital of Rexton, equipping yourselves for the journey, picking up some tents and some cold weather gear just in case, some weapons. People upgraded some of their own weaponry, changed out some armor, and basically got ready to make your way out into the wilds. I think I have added all of the equipment you guys sent to the Discord onto your character sheets, so the +1 potency runes on various weapons, and the staff for moot point, all of that various assorted thing.
I think I'm all set.
Just missing my horse.
I look all good.
There should be horses under the actor tab,
Ah, there we go.
because
Oh, I
horses
see.
are actors and not items.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually.
Well, that way, if something untoward should happen to your horse, there's an actual way to track it easily.
Just don't name it.
Yeah, just don't name it, you'll be fine.
If you name it, it's as good as dead.
I do not go to
My
my
horse's
way.
name is Lucky.
I do not go to my way to kill mounts, but depending on the situation, some like wild beasts and stuff will go for an easy target. So,
And fireballs kill mounts.
and fireballs kill mounts.
And werewolves and any number of other things.
Monkeys.
Monkeys.
Goddamn monkeys.
All right. So as you guys get ready to set out, it is. When you guys head out, it is the 28th of Calistral. Basically, it's the equivalent of the end of February.
Oof.
Yeah, it sounded like it was spring-ish, but not spring yet.
And it is a cold, rainy day. As you guys set out on this road, you do know that Lady Jamandi has informed you that there is a trading post in the Rossland hinterlands, run by a gentleman named Oleg and his wife Svetlana. They have been hit particularly hard by bandits and might be a good place to start looking for information, basically. There is a road that goes from Rexton to Oleg's through the countryside of Brevoy and into the Rossland hinterlands. By horse, it's about a 4-day journey.
All right.
Rainy the whole way?
It is not rainy the whole way because there's a built-in like random weather roller. So every time I change the day, it just randomly rolls it for me. So you guys set out. You've got a wagon. You've got a couple of horses hitched to it, and you've got a couple of other riding horses. And both Traxton and Father Hall have picked up war mounts as well.
Correct.
War mounts.
War horse.
If you're going to be a knight, you got to have a war horse.
Oh, you didn't pick up the war riding dog?
No. I'll be picking up the demigriff eventually, but
There's a dog to ride?
There is a riding dog.
Yeah, for small folk.
Trax
Oh.
is tempted now.
Okay, yeah, for like halflings and gnomes and things.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So as you make your way along this road, the countryside of Brevoy, it's largely plains. Not a lot of interesting scenery. It's like driving along that for those of us in New Brunswick, like driving along that stretch from Riviere de Loup to Edmundston. There's like literally nothing to see.
So flat plains as opposed to rolling plains.
Flat plains. There is a river that you kind of follow, that the road follows. With your mounts in open terrain, as long as you guys aren't taking any time to do any reconnoitering or anything, you can make 2 hexes a day. So at the end of your first day of travel, you find yourself in a little settlement called Nivakta's Crossing. And it's little more than a wide spot in the road.
Mm-hmm.
Just there was a bridge here and people decided to live beside it type deal.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
There's like a small shrine to Pharasma here. The entire population is just over 100 people, mostly humans, a couple of gnomes and dwarves. But it's a good place to kind of hitch up for the evening.
I guess we'll circle the wagon as opposed to wagons.
Yeah.
Perfect. And like room and board for you guys and your horses and everything comes to like a grand total of 1 silver piece.
Oh, so there is some sort of inn?
Yeah, it's this is essentially kind of the last stop before you cross the border into the Rossland Hinterlands. It's the last outpost of civilization.
Okay.
So there's a little inn, there's a little tavern, there's like a place to stable your mounts and get them taken care of and all of that sort of thing.
Are the inn and the tavern separate establishments?
They're adjoined. It's not
okay.
it's not the same establishment exactly, but it's like a duplex sort of deal.
Okay. I think that officially upgrades it to a 1-horse town as opposed to a no-horse town.
Well, right now it's like a 5-horse town.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Yeah. Okay. Fair.
Is there anything you guys would like to do in this little town, or are you just gonna grab a meal, bed down, and then head out in the morning?
Take in the local color, I guess.
Yeah, I'm mostly just interested in a dry place to sleep, and then hitting the road.
What are people saying? What's the local scuttlebutt, as it were?
Why don't you give me a society roll?
I've got that. Ooh, what would it be on my list of things to roll, or is it just to
It would be gather information.
gather information? All right, cool.
Oh, nice. Oh, apparently gather information is diplomacy.
Oh, no, there you go. Now we know.
Most of the talk seems to be about banditry and a rise in banditry, kind of west of the border. You know, a lot of like they shouldn't come here. You know, the sword lords and stuff will keep us protected. We don't have to worry too much about that. It's like, yeah, but they're hitting caravans coming from parts west.
So they feel safe here.
They feel safe here, largely because of the fact that they are within the borders of Brevoy.
Do they know anything about the bandits, or are they just big bad boogeymen that live over there?
Generally, big bad boogeymen that live over there.
Okay.
You know, like I heard, a cousin's friend, said that they were traveling along the road, that sort of thing. Like second, third, fourth hand information.
Yeah, at least it's not my cousin twice removed lives out that way and he's a bandit. You know, that kind of thing. We just won't end up killing anybody's family in particular. At least not these people's family.
Yep. But since you succeeded at the gather information beyond that,
Ooh, I did. Okay.
there are there's a like a group at one of the tables that seems to be talking. And I mean, talking about bandits is par for the course for these people. Like it's, and one of them's like, well, eventually they'll get down to Tuskwater, and then the Swamp Witch will take care of them. And one of the guys like, that Swamp Witch is nothing but a myth. And the guy's like, no, my good friend of mine had a run-in with her. Said she was friendly enough.
So Swamp Witch near the Tuskwater.
There are rumors that there's some sort of Swamp Witch near the north shore of the Tuskwater.
Okay.
And according to one guy is fairly adamant that somebody he knew had an encounter with her and said that she was actually friendly, like not what you would expect from a Swamp Witch to be. She definitely wasn't a hag or anything of that nature.
Good to know.
Everybody knows that a Swamp Witch is just a hag just waiting to steal your children and throw them in the oven.
Luckily, I have no children.
Boot Pint's a little bit concerned because he's about the size enough to go into an oven,
That's true.
but he's got a voice in his head that has him searching for stuff. So
The professor, at
which
least-
is something he'll be nagged into doing.
The professor at least has the benefit of being slightly purple. That might be slightly off-putting to people who want to put things in stew pots.
I'm the grape-flavored professor.
Or an added attraction. We don't know.
Well, yeah, it depends on how your flavor goes, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah, possibly friendly. Okay.
But yeah, other than that, the scuttlebutt primarily seems to be about bandits, and as long as they don't cross the border, everyone's like, that's their problem. That's somebody else's problem.
Yeah, it's easy enough to not be concerned when it's when there's a natural barrier in the way.
Exactly.
Chris Hall will take a moment to visit the Shrine of Pharasma.
Okay.
Offer a brief prayer. Apparently, according to my book, it's not this year, not yet. You give an offering to Pharasma. That's the goddess of death that everyone meets after passing.
Yes,
And
it is.
I'll leave a coin on the shrine.
Okay. The priests thank you very much. They recognize your holy symbol, but they don't say anything. I mean, any worshiper, like they said, it doesn't matter who you actually worship. Everybody meets for us.
Yeah, and she's not aligned with Abadar, but she's not against it by any means,
No. And
as far as I can tell. So I'll leave a gold with the priest.
perfect. Well, thank you. Blessings on your journey.
Blessed be.
I mean, everyone dies, right? Right, Jathal, everyone dies.
Some get better.
Showing proper respect to a local religion is important. Hearts and minds and all that.
All right. The next morning, you guys head out.
Now, if I kill someone I think doesn't deserve it, I'll be sure to make a donation.
Ooh, it is nice and sunny the next day. It's cool because it's like getting into like early March. But it's pleasant travel weather. The rain has let up. The sun is out. It's that like early spring when there starts to feel a little bit of strength in the sun.
And you hit that +2 Celsius.
You get that like +2 and you're like, oh my god, it's shorts weather.
Right?
I'm sure Snow Maple will try to take in some vitamin D.
And like I said, I'm not going to, while you're traveling to Oleg, I'm not going to be rolling for random encounters. But there are some things that you may want to take note of along the way, which is why we're kind of doing it day by day sort of thing.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Towards the end of your next travel day.
Oh, Chris,
Yeah.
just a note, I did get the Spyglass.
Oh, perfect. You come across a series of waterfalls. This river, the Shrike River, one of the major rivers that runs through this area, and the Crooked River meet up here. And there's a series of 5 cascading waterfalls that run over the course of about a mile.
Oh, that's nice. It's a very distinctive natural feature.
It is. And it's the sort of thing, once you guys develop your kingdom, when you start claiming hexes, this is considered to be a landmark, and it will give you a bonus if you claim this hex as part of your kingdom.
Now, what kind of bonus does that give you?
I think it gives you a bonus to, like, cultural things.
like a tourism bonus?
Like a tourism bonus, basically.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we're Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Traction bonus.
Plant the flag here.
Yeah. Old faithful.
But
This part of the falls will be in our nation, and that part of the falls will be in the neighboring nation.
that sort of thing.
Uh,
But it's also the sort of thing that if you find a treasure map that says, go north from the Crooked Falls, you'll be able, like, oh, I know where the Crooked Falls is.
Gotcha.
Oh, just FYI, if my mic is on and you hear the sound of a tortured pterodactyl, don't be alarmed. That's just Jada.
Okay.
Old cat is old and likes to let everybody know about it.
Oh, do you have a cat, Don?
No, it's Jim's cat.
Okay.
She's just at the end of her career. She's 18 now, and
Oh.
she's never really learned to make cat noises. Tortured pterodactyl is where she's at.
Gotcha.
So as you guys make ready to bed down, relatively close to the waterfalls, I mean, it's quiet, it's peaceful. Quiet being relative.
I was gonna say.
yeah, depending on this.
It's a different quiet. It's not the quiet of like a bustling city or anything of that nature. It's like quite unnatural to Father Hall. Probably quite relaxing for some others. But just so we can get the hang of the camping activities while there's no danger. Under your journal entries, you should see one that says camping activities.
Yep.
So the first thing is somebody needs to prepare a campsite. So this is not just setting up a camp. This is finding the optimum place for it and stuff like that. So one person can do that. Everybody else could do like repair, crafting, whatever sort of exploration activities you want to do. But one person can set up, can prepare the campsite.
I'm not one for setting up a campsite, but while that gets done, I will affix the mosquito proboscis to whichever of Snow Maple's stabbing sticks she prefers.
Ooh, rapier, please.
Yeah, done.
That is
I don't
the
think there's a
primary-
check for it. So.
primary one.
So whoever is going to prepare the campsite can give me a survival roll.
Jackson, you want to set up the camp, or you want to do the hunting?
Is there a requirement for one of these things that we need to fulfill at some point?
Nope. Prepare campsite has to be done before you do any other camping activities.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I could do it.
I've got a +5, but
I don't think
I'm sure someone else is higher.
mine is quite fantastic yet.
And the benefit
Mine's +7.
the benefit to this is if you get a critical success, checks for random encounters at your campsite, the difficulty goes up by 2. So you're at 22.
And the cloak should help you with this one too.
Yeah, I think it's built in.
It doesn't look like it is. It should have had a checkbox that you could slide the toggle on and off for the cloak.
23 then.
I don't see a toggle. Maybe it's on the character sheet instead of the thingamajig.
Make sure you've got it. What is it? Not attuned, but the other thing invested.
Invested.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's because I haven't moved the cloak over to your sheet.
That would do it.
There you
So
go.
23.
Ooh.
So you do find a good spot to camp, get everything set up. Takes a couple hours. So after you set up your camp, that's when people can do their camping activities. This is where you can hunt and gather, talk to an NPC, cook a meal if you don't want to just eat your rations, all that sort of stuff.
Does setting up camp count as one of those actions?
No, it does not. You have to set up your camp first, and then if you're successful, then you can undertake the campsite activities. Just so everybody, so the options are: somebody could camouflage the campsite to make it even harder for somebody to find. You can cook a basic meal if you've got any ingredients, which you don't currently have. Could cook a special meal if you have a recipe in the ingredients. You can discover a special meal, which is like, I'm just going to throw a bunch of shit together and see what comes out. You can hunt and gather. You can learn from a companion. Any companion that is friendly to you or better could teach you something they know. All of the companions have unique feats. Spellcasters have unique spells, and each of them has a unique camp activity that they can do. And they can teach you that if you want. If you're an expert in perception, you could organize the watches so it actually takes you less time to rest and everybody gets a bonus on perception to notice things. You can provide aid, which is helping somebody else do a thing. You can just relax. Or somebody could tell a campfire story, which if you're successful gives you a bonus for the rest of the camping thing on anything else you might need to do. Basically, a lot of these give you a bonus, so if there's a random encounter at the camp, you're a little bit better prepared for it.
Well, Traxton, you want to go hunt?
Sure.
I am expert in perception. Might as well do the watch thing.
All right.
I will tell a campfire story. And it's really just more of an old man rambling about a kind of weird past, and you're not quite sure what's true and what is him being maybe a little bit crazy. But he tells it with passion.
All right. What would Moot Point like to do?
I was about to do the same thing, but I think I will. I think I'll just relax and, play with my monkey.
All right. And what would Flower like to do?
I don't really think there's anything that Flower needs to do right now. I think he'll try to enjoy the professor's story.
All right.
Even though I imagine the professor at some points uses bigger words that Flower just doesn't register. He nods, like he's like, yeah.
He nods like he understands.
Yeah, it's a lot of talk of like occult rituals and learnings from ancient places and all these sorts of things.
Places. Understood places.
Yeah. Amiria's right there with you, just kind of like nodding like she understands.
Goes with people and things, right?
Yes, goes with people, things, places.
Okay. And
Oh, it's not the best role.
what would Father Hull like to do?
I'm going to hunt
Okay.
with Traxton if he wants to assist, or I can assist him.
Okay.
Got a 19 on my roll for the watch.
All right. So we'll just kind of go down the list here. So, Father Hull, You can give me a survival roll. The DC is 20.
Oh, wow, 20. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you aid somebody, you actually have to roll as the DC is 20. But the DC doesn't change. So as you guys get higher level and are more used to working together, you start making that aid roll easier and easier.
22.
22, perfect. So you will give him a +1 bonus on his survival check.
Oh, okay. So it's a flat 20 just to aid. Okay.
It's a flat 20 to aid, but like I said, as you guys get better and better, that DC 20 gets easier and easier to hit until you're just doing it without even thinking.
Sounds fair.
All right, Traxton can give me a survival roll. The difficulty in this zone is 14.
But the father succeeded, so...
So Traxton gets a +1.
Right, okay.
The goggles that I have, they give track and intuit direction. That doesn't apply to this, does it?
It does not.
Okay. I was hoping it wouldn't be something different, but...
But they would stack, right? Because one's an item bonus and...
One's an item bonus and the other is a circumstance bonus.
Circumstance. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Cool.
So if I was tracking and being aided in tracking, that would help.
Yeah.
Alright. Oop, that's no good. That's a 3.
That is a 3.
Hero point.
You could use a hero point if you like.
Sure. Why not? So I re-roll and use the re-roll.
Yep.
That is a 12 on my dice.
All right, 12 plus 1 from the father is a 13, so that is an 18 total. So that is a success.
I was going to say, that's probably good.
So whoever's tracking your stuff, you find a number of basic ingredients.
Oh, do you want me to track that?
Yeah, you might as well. You track everything else, eh? You're doing the loot thing, I think.
These are basic ingredients?
Yep.
Actually, if you don't mind, if I would like to track it because I'd like to start. Well, it doesn't really matter, but I'll write down too because I'd like to start cooking and stuff later.
Yeah, sure. There's no problem with two of us doing it as long as we can agree on the number.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure.
Number and.
All right. So with the success, you find a number of basic ingredients equal to the zone's difficulty, so 14.
Oh, okay.
And the reason for that is because, like, some ingredients, like a hearty meal, for example, takes so many basic ingredients per serving.
So that's like a rabbit, a root, etc.
Yeah, stuff to basically bolster your rations. And you also get 3 special ingredients. So things like edible moss and berries for to boost the vitamin content and stuff like that.
And like wild oregano.
Wild oregano, maybe some garlic,
Truffle.
truffle.
Ooh.
Ugh,
If we find any chilies, save them for me.
Done.
So basically this means like when the time comes, like the next time that you're camping, next time that we go through this whole thing, if you want to cook a basic meal, it costs you 2 basic ingredients per serving. So you're going to need 12 if you want to feed everybody, plus 1 ration for everybody. And if you succeed, everybody who eats it gains +1 to all saving throws until you start adventuring again. So it's really really good. Like if people have ongoing status effects when you camp, you cook together this meal, they get a bonus on their saving throw against poison, disease, so on and so forth. If you get a critical success on the basic, everybody heals more damage when they rest.
Do we have anybody with the cooking lore skill?
So the funny thing about the book I carry is that it just kind of is different books each day. So I can totally learn how to cook if we need a cook.
Yep. And you can use survival as well.
Oh, well, I know we got a few with survival. I think I've got it myself.
Yeah. It's one of those things where the DC, if you're using cooking lore, because it's so specialized, the DC is lower than the general survival skill, but you can use either. And then the 3 special ingredients that you have, those are used for any special recipes that you might learn or discover. And all of those have like very different effects. Like some of them will give you like resistance to poison, and some of them will give you like a bonus to all your attack rolls for a day and stuff like that. Like the special meals are definitely special, but they're much harder to make.
But now that we're ahead on ingredients, Traxton could cook while I hunt, for example.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And if you're in like a higher level zone, you get more ingredients because there's just better quality stuff.
Yeah, it's based on the DC.
Yep.
Cool.
All right. So that was hunting, gathering, organizing, watch.
19.
19. So that is a success. So anybody who is on watch during your shift gets a +1 bonus on perception checks.
Okay.
That's good.
If you'd gotten a critical success, then the time required for rest is treated as if there was one more person, and everybody gets a +2 to perception checks. The importance of that, obviously, is if there's a random encounter during the evening or a planned encounter during the evening. Because if you're asleep, you get to make a perception check to hear it, so that +1 bonus could be important.
Okay. And that doesn't stack, right?
It doesn't stack, no.
Okay.
Well, it depends on the source of the stacking.
Well, no, I'm just saying I couldn't organize watch to get like a +5 or something stupid.
No, because every camping activity takes you 2 hours.
Right.
So basically, Father Hall and Traxton are out for 2 hours. Hunting and gathering, you're spending 2 hours organizing the shifts, making sure there's alarms, making sure everybody knows the signals, so on and so forth. Flower and Moot Pint spend 2 hours just bumming around the campsite. But because you relax, you guys will actually get a bonus if somebody actually tells a particularly good campfire story.
Cool. I will make sure that Haram is not on watch by himself. Because he would likely let something attack us and let us all die. Because it's inevitable and blah blah blah. So.
If you were meant to live, you would wake up.
Exactly. We do not want that guy on watch by himself.
Yeah.
Alright, and the campfire activity. If you were successful, everybody gets a +1 bonus to attack, saving throws, and skill checks during any combat at the campsite.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no matter what you were doing.
If you're away from the camp because you're hunting and gathering, you don't get the benefit.
Oh, okay.
Anybody who spent the hour relaxing while they listen to the campfire can choose to re-roll a failed roll at any time once during the remainder of the camping session. So,
So most of this is just bonuses for while you're camping.
Yeah. Yeah, they most of them are. Some of them actually will give you a bonus. Like there's mainly the companion abilities. Like Amiri, for example, can teach you how to hone your weapons, and if you do that as your campfire activity, then the next encounter you have in the next 24 hours, you get +1 damage to that particular weapon.
Okay, gotcha.
So most of the basic ones give you a bonus in case something happens while you're camping. And then the more advanced ones give you longer lasting effects. But, like I said, largely I just wanted to run through those things to you guys while there's no danger of a random encounter coming along and, like, wrecking your shit. But, kind of get the hang of this, the hang of working together, the hanging out. Professor tells this very long-winded, boring story that most of the people kind of tune out partway through.
I'd like to actually spend a hero point on my story roll.
Oh, sure. Oh, 17.
Oh, that's better.
That is much better.
A more heroic story.
A more heroic story. You kind of catch the people not really paying attention, kind of zoning out, and you kind of change tacks, and you realize, like, you know, you see like Flower and Amiri kind of like just nodding along, and you start like throwing in like probably some more violent things.
I think like Flower nods when you didn't even say anything at some point.
Yeah, and at that point,
Oh, shit.
I'll be like, and then there was a giant monster that ripped through from the other world and
How did it die?
gloriously and spectacularly.
There you go. So yeah,
And now I am forever tainted with innate occult magic, as I will like bellow out with my innate bullhorn spell.
all right. And the whole time you're telling your story, like Lindsay is just like writing it down, like, you know, word for word in like little halfling shorthand. But with that, like I said, I'm not going to bother with the random encounters along the way. But once you guys do your activities, everybody eats. So cross off rations. The trick is like the cooking roll. You're doing the cooking during activity, but you don't make the roll to see if you're successful or not till after everybody has chosen what they're eating. Because if you critically fail, you can give people food poisoning.
I think that's awesome.
Other than that, the night is uneventful. There's the chirping of birds, like the early spring birds are starting to come. You guys are temperate enough that there's not a lot of snow on the ground at this time of the year. It's still cool. There's occasionally snowfall, but most of the standing snow is already starting to melt and recede. And you guys get up in the morning. Oh, it is another rainy day.
This is why I hate spring.
And you can continue on with your horses, making good time along this road. Snow Maple, since you have the Spyglass, give me a perception check.
There's no bonus for it.
No, it just allows you to see things at a greater distance.
Yeah, 17.
Oh, 17 is good. Off in the distance to your east, basically, I'm going to let the Spyglass
Slightly behind us.
slightly behind you, well off the road. You do see the crumbling walls of a long abandoned fortification.
Ooh.
Neat.
Right. Well, I will bring that to everyone's attention. I suppose we could go check it out.
Seems like a place bandits would camp out in.
Yeah, I mean, if we're right here, should we just stop in? Even if there's nothing, it can keep us dry for a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, we can definitely check it out, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
See if it turns anything worth noting on the map.
Alright, so kind of wheel your wagon around. Start heading off there. So as you start to approach, it's a fair bit off the road. on a kind of a ravine overlooking part of the river, part of the Shrike River. Mostly a wooden fortification. Some stonework. Looks like it hasn't been... Upkeep on it hasn't been done in quite a while.
So it's not so much crumbling as moldering.
A little bit of both.
Yeah. Shambles.
And anybody who would like to investigate can give me a society roll.
Yeah, I'd like to society.
Can we do multiples, or is just
Yeah.
whoever's best?
I'll take a shot at that.
Is this for like recognizing the building or something, or is this actually like into the structure?
It's recognizing, like, you know, who the fort might belong to, might have belonged to, that sort of thing.
Gotcha.
Actually, my bonus to Rostland Hinterlands lore is the same as my society bonus. So could I use Rostland Hinterlands lore?
Sure.
Okay. Then still an 18, but for that.
Okay.
That's a great book.
Yeah, isn't it neat? Sometimes it shows me pages I can't read yet, but I'll get there.
That's on track.
That is on track.
I got a 15, I think. That's not
Okay.
bad.
That's not bad.
Single digit.
So as you approach, kind of approaching cautiously, just in case, because yeah, you're right. It is a good place for bandits. It's close to the road. Provides some fortification. Definitely a good place for ne'er-do-wells to hang out. No sign of any habitation. For Moot Pint, no, Snow Maple, and Father Liam, and
think-
Professor Yorin.
I think as we approach, Chris, I'll draw the short bow.
Okay.
I definitely have a weapon out approaching the spooky ruin.
So yeah, it's definitely it's a Brevi fortress. The nameplate indicates it is Fort Serenko. No sign of any habitation, and in fact, as you start to like move through these ruins cautiously, kind of investigating things, it looks like it was abandoned in a swift but orderly manner.
What did you say it was, Chris? Fort Serenko?
Fort Serenko, Serenko. But yeah, there's no indication as to like where everybody went. But it's not the sort of thing. It's not like the Mary Celeste where like the food is still on the tables or anything. Like stuff is put away, but there's indications that it was emptied out quickly but orderly.
Interesting. Kind of feels like Brevoy's borders were a little larger than they are now.
That is possible. But the borders change frequently.
Well, this is the, what do they call it? The Stolen Lands, right?
Yep. And
So, that's the thing.
the lands have changed hands a bunch of times.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too.
No sign of anybody poking a boat, eh? Other than us.
No sign of anybody poking about.
Hey, Flower,
Yes.
what kind of foundation do we have here? Like, can we build on this place if we wanted to?
Well, let's take
Oh,
a good
there
old
it is.
look here.
I mean, it's kind of a wreck, but
I'd like to inspect the architecture per se.
Perfect. Give me a crafting roll, and you get a +2 bonus for your stone gunning.
Well, yeah, I do.
Even though it's made of wood.
Mostly.
Well, there's a rock in there. It's fine.
I'm just thinking that it's on the river, right? And it's half built. Well, quarter built.
I'm thinking of it more as like PEI during the off season. Just batting everything down for the winter and left.
Close it up.
It's being weird. Whatever this is, +1, because it's not giving me the +2. Okay.
Ooh. Oh, you don't even need it. You're all set.
So +1 on top of that, so 24. So a critical success.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, this the foundation is definitely high quality. The stone walls that are still standing, remarkably well put together. There's no doubt at all in your mind that this could be a functional, not an entire settlement, obviously, because it's just a fort. But
Yeah.
it could be like a strong foundation if you wanted like
Garrison.
like a garrison or like a military barracks or anything of that nature. Basically, down the road, if you guys claim this as a hex, it counts as a free barracks.
She's stable, Father. Like it'll do what we need it to do for like garrison wise. A little bit of sprucing up, and it'll be right as rain.
Well, Flower, like you, I appreciate good architecture, good engineering.
This is a good find. This was a really good find.
I do have a bit of craft. I believe they would say it has good bones.
I
Solid.
might. I don't know anything about bones, but stone's good.
Something to keep in mind, at least.
Yeah, free barracks sounds like a potential resource. Now, in order to get that, we would have to like settle.
Yeah, you have to make this. Basically, you have to
Claim the hex.
You have to claim the hex,
Claim the hex.
and put a settlement there. Once you get to a kingdom, it's just like important to note for much later on.
It is right on the river too. That's a good spot for it.
Yep, in between a waterfall and near the border into the green belt itself.
Yeah.
But traveling here off the road, backtracking a bit and examining it does take you guys the day.
The rest of the day or another full day?
The rest of the day.
Oh, well, that's not too bad.
That's fine. I don't think we're in a time crunch.
No.
Every time you flip the day, Chris, I end up having to reload the map.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't know what's causing that, but something. I mean,
It doesn't do mine.
It's not a big deal.
It just recenters mine.
It's one of those ones where it just grays out the map for me.
Ah.
Probably the light changing from
Yeah,
day to night.
From day to night, that might do it. Right. So you guys continue on the next morning. Another nice sunny day. Starting to get into the month of frost. Very early spring. And again, I will get Snow Maple to give me a perception check. Ooh, 25.
Ooh, we're real
Nice.
scouty today.
Well, I was going to give you one of two options, but with the critical success, I will give you both.
What do
No.
your elf eyes see?
Your elf eyes and your pointy tube.
So to the north of you, you see the telltale smoke coming from a chimney.
Okay, so a possible. Does it look like one chimney fire, or possibly several chimney fires?
Just one.
Okay. So could be somebody's got a farmhouse set up, or some kind of small estate, maybe.
And to the south of you, so same hex, but to the south of you.
Different side of the road.
The other side of the road, and a ways a little bit, probably 4 or 5 miles away, but this is like completely open plains where you are now, not even hills. You see what looks like, at first glance, like thin strands of fog in the kind of the morning light. Actually, I suppose this would be like evening light by the time you get here. But closer examination, again, because you got a critical success on that. Those are strands of webbing. Webbing that is thick enough that you can see it with the spyglass from about 4 miles away.
Right. So, we have a potentially innocent-looking farmhouse or small estate to the north, and to the south, giant fuck-off spiders. So, I mean, those are options.
Well, giant webs.
Yeah, but you don't usually get the webs without the spiders.
True. Not all the time.
And by the time you spot these, it is getting on to early evening, just in case that factors into what you guys may decide to do. And you're also aware that, from what you've been told, even counting your little like side venture to the fort, you should arrive at Oleg's by tomorrow evening.
Yeah, this one doesn't involve any backtracking.
No.
Our writ is concerning bandits, not spiders. So unless this population is having issues with spiders, we should leave them alone.
I mean,
Either way, we have to ensure the safety of our current home.
It's not our home yet.
It will be.
Perhaps. But currently, our writ is to deal with bandits.
Agreed.
whatever lighting is happening now is causing my map to just blink.
Ooh, fun.
Weird, because there's no lighting effects at all on.
Yep.
I don't know.
I think I'm also on team don't fuck with the spiders.
I don't see any need to screw with spiders unless they've been preying on the settlements are nearby. Don't start none, there won't be none.
Yep.
For all we know, they're doing something important in the ecology of this land. We don't know. Speak to the people at the trading post and go from there.
They're keeping away hobbits.
So just gonna bed down here for the evening and make to Oleg's tomorrow.
And keep an eye on the south, maybe. Just in case.
Just in case. Alright. So yeah, you guys go through your thing, set up watches. We're not going to do the whole camping thing until we actually get into like the wildlands. You guys are like on the road. It's quiet, uneventful. No sign of spider activity from the south. No sign of any activity from the farmstead or whatever it might be to the north.
While we're camping,
Yep.
Is it possible to do sort of like other things? My thought is an hour sort of up the road one way and then sort of back, just keeping an eye out to see if I can see a well-traveled path that comes from the north to the road. My thought is that whoever lives to the north would be coming to the road to get supplies or do whatever. So I'm just wondering if I can find a path they might use.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. Give me a tracking roll.
Oh, okay. Goggles engaged. That's an 11 on my dice for that.
11 plus goggles, so it's a 16 total.
All right. I switched browsers. We're going to try Firefox. Seems to be working fine now.
$17 total. So yeah, there is a beaten down pathway that heads up in that direction off the road.
Gotcha.
Looks like it's to your keen tracking eye. It's traveled fairly often, and it's you can tell that it's made by like a single horse-drawn cart.
Okay. There's
like the deep wheel ruts, and you can tell that like the wagon goes back and forth here often enough that it has carved a groove through the grasslands.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's my next question. Is it just a footpath, or is it?
No, it's definitely a wagon path.
Beautiful. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
And judging, like comparing it to your wagon, it's smaller than your wagon. It's probably just like a single horse cart.
Right. And I imagine if I look real hard enough, I might also find like a footpath as well, like or the traces of a footpath, like the wheels and also someone walking, maybe.
You find the wheels, and you find like horseshoe prints and like horse droppings. So whoever it is probably rides the cart.
Oh, okay.
Or you're walking the wheel rut.
Yep.
If it's not rainy.
True. A little bit larger though than a.
Yeah. But yeah, it's frequent enough that it sees steady traffic.
Gotcha. Just a curiosity while we camp. I don't go up it to the settlement or whatever it is, the fire or anything. I just
just gonna take the lay of the land.
Exactly. Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
Or are we not? Are we not scouting out the farmhouse? Or potential
I didn't think
farmhouse?
we were. We didn't mention it at all, so I thought we were just staying here and moving on. So, if that's
I mean,
a
if
thing,
it's traveled frequently, then folks at Oleg's will know who it is, I would expect.
How far is it, Chris?
It's the next hex, so it's something that you would have to do like in the morning.
Okay.
The discussion comes up at camp. Traxton would say that he thinks it's probably a loner or someone out here by themselves. It's his guess.
Yeah. And so far, since you guys crossed the border into the hinterlands, it is the only sign of civilization you've seen.
Wow. The only currently inhabited sign
true.
of civilization.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we're heading to a trading post, right?
You are.
Yeah.
So this is probably someone supplying something, I would expect. Smith, brewer, carpenter,
Sure.
farmer.
Could be. Trapper.
I imagine if they're out here on their own, probably a bit of everything.
Yeah. But they likely support the trading post, would be my guess. I mean,
Truth.
Can we make note of both those locations, Chris?
You can, yes. Give me 1 sec.
Just for future potential investigation?
So Spider no zone to the south. Mystery fire to the
Possibly also kill it with fire.
north. May have to purge at some point.
I do have some handy bottled fire in my pocket.
Ooh. Hold on to that. Ooh.
There we go. That should do it. I can't see what it looks like on your side, but it should say hut and spiders.
Yep. A strangely large box around each of them, though.
Yeah. It's like,
There's a bit of a box, but
it's a huge hut and a big spider zone. Oh,
there we go.
There we go.
Yep.
All right.
Good job.
Perfect. All right. So you guys get up in the morning. No sign of spider activity during the evening. And,
Good, yeah.
and make your way through the rainy weather once again. And by evening, you arrive at the trading post. Let me see here. I actually have a map for the trading post.
did someone ask at the beginning about raining all the way there?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Well, we got 2 days of sun, I think. So two out of 4.
Oh, did we? Oh, right.
Yeah, we had just enough time to dry off before we got wet again.
Yeah.
So some people tried to soak up the vitamin D while it was available.
Yeah. Get the short sleeve t-shirts out.
Oh, look at this place.
Wow.
I like it.
So Oleg's got himself a little fort here.
Trading outpost indeed.
Right, so Oleg's trading post. It is a fairly large place. It is walled. To your keen eyes, there are like small trebuchets up on guard posts at each of the corners.
His trebuchets are pointed inward, but otherwise,
That's what I was thinking.
There's a little stables off to the side. There's a little bit of a guest house. There's a main house. There's towards the back. There's cachements of moldy hay and stuff for fertilizer for garden beds. It's definitely it's well kept for sure.
I was just thinking that if the trebuchets are pointed inwards instead of outwards, that means outside is safe and there's some rowdy people inside.
But yeah, it's basically a repurposed border fort.
or if there's trouble in the northwest area, you go and you fire the southeast catapult, and it creates a shorter dead zone.
Up over, yeah.
And as you approach, there's a late 20s man basically doing some work up on the ramparts, as it were. And there's a fairly moderately attractive woman with her hair in a kerchief, blonde hair in a kerchief. She's like, Oleg, come down. It's supper time. Come on down. You can finish that up in the morning when there's light, so you don't hit your hand with the hammer again. It's like, blast woman, I gotta get this done. And they kind of notice the approach. It's like, she kind of cleans her hands on her apron. You can tell they probably haven't seen a lot of customers. So doing the whole, making themselves look presentable in a way.
Yeah, it's not like we're trying to sneak up on them, Ho, the trading post.
Oh, yeah.
So that is Svetlana.
Oh, the area.
Oh, so young.
Very Nordic.
It's gonna be so tragic when bad things happen to them.
Oh, we must protect at all costs.
And find my picture below.
I mean, good news is, they don't have any children yet that want to grow up to be adventurers. So
It's true.
And Oleg.
Oh, wow. Oleg did well for himself.
Oleg did do well for himself. And as you approach, she comes up. She's like, Oleg, open up. I think we have guests, customers. I don't know. Did we decide what we're going to call them? We'll worry about it later.
Future landlords? Is that what we're going with?
Sure.
So she kind of, gestures for you to stop.
I assume we do.
Yeah. I mean, Snow Maple will encourage whoever's currently driving to stop.
Welcome to our trading post. I am Svetlana. It's my husband Oleg up there.
You may call me Snow Maple. This is Father Hull, Flower, Moot Pint,
Olive.
the Professor,
A lot.
Traxton, and his bear.
Howdy.
I like to think that Flower just grunts.
Oh, and our traveling companions, and I'll introduce our associates as well.
Welcome. Did you need a place to stay for the night? Do you need your horses put up? We have some stew and fresh bread on.
Oh, all of those things sound lovely.
Indeed.
I'd love for somewhere dry to sleep for the night. Not to skip straight to business, but we were sent by one of the sword lords of Brevoy. Said there was some sort of bandit problem nearby. Do you know anything?
Oh yes. And she kind of yells up. She's like, "Oleg, Rexon got our letter." It's like, finally. Like, come inside. Take a load off. Oleg, be a dear. Get the horses. It's like, he kind of grunts, makes his way down, and he'll take care of your horses and get them all situated in the stables and everything. Svetlana will usher you into kind of the main area. It's like, so the sword lords got our letter, did they? You're here to deal with them?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe the father has our paperwork.
Yes, I have a writ here that allows us to act as peacekeepers for this particular problem you're having with the bandits. I am a Justicar. We will likely need some gallows built, but we'll root them out and deal with them.
I believe the writ specifies sword or rope.
I prefer the rope myself, but I am a Justicar.
The sword is often so much more expedient.
Whichever one survive, we'll have a trial for. Either way, we need information about these bandits and where they might be holed up.
I don't know.
Have you had any trouble with them here?
Sadly, it started about 3 months or so ago. And as she's talking, she's like getting out like bowls of stew and like bread right out of the oven, and she finds like a bottle of wine. Started about 3 months ago. They come by usually during the first week of each month as tax collection. Oleg, blessed heart Oleg was ready to stand up to them, but I think he was afraid of what they might do to, not so much to him, but to me.
Well, he's probably wise to avoid it.
Tax collection. My understanding, there's no Duke or Baron overseeing these lands.
No, there's not.
Father, I believe they call that a shakedown.
I understand the term. I'm just making sure that we're being clear on the legalese, let's say.
So that they haven't come yet this month?
No, they should be here probably tomorrow morning. They usually come just after sunrise.
Oh, convenient.
Yeah.
The first time they came, they threatened to burn our home down to the ground if we didn't give them the fur and the trade goods, the potions that we gotten from Bakken, like everything.
If you would create a detailed list of what they've taken from you, we'll see what we can get back.
I'll do what I can. I'm not concerned about getting things back, but I mean, this trading post is what we have. If we don't have anything to trade, then we've got nothing.
Well, if things go our way, hopefully we'll develop some trade in the near future, or at least safety to encourage trade.
Yeah, I don't know how many of them there are. The first time they came, there was about a dozen of them. They seem to have two leaders: a cloaked man with a bow and a woman with a couple of hatchets. She did most of the talking that first trip. She's the one that threatened to burn the post to the ground. She almost chopped off Oleg's hand.
So we've got cloak bow that is male and female with axes and anger management issues.
She almost, like I said, she was going to cut his hand off, but and she kind of looks down. She kind of rubs her hands. She's like, she took my wedding ring as payment for not shortening his reach. But
Okay, ma'am, you're safe now.
Yeah, definitely add that to the list.
But the second time they came, it was just the hooded man and a couple of others. No more than 6. Oleg says that because we didn't stand up to them, they don't see the need to send more.
Well, we can certainly handle 6. Let's try to leave one alive so that they can tell us where their hideout is.
Agreed.
And to hold a trial.
Sure.
Mostly the talk.
I'm just saying, Father, if you're going to get them to repent, you want to give them the option real fast.
Our starts putting a mark on his eye beam that just says, "Put skull here."
Having a trial, a code of laws, is
Yeah.
a hallmark of civilization.
Yep. All
If
very
we
important.
we should bring them to trial. I am a justicar. We are allowed to do this legally.
Yeah, okay.
And Flower, I'm sure you are more than capable of building a gallows, yes.
Go to my sleep, Father. How many do we need?
Depends
Start
on
with
how
one.
many moon pipe keeps alive.
Start with one. Yeah.
Well, we had sent a letter weeks ago requesting assistance.
Yeah,
So-
I'll briefly relay the events at the palace. Well, the recruitment, events. Just that, not the whole night raid thing, because that feels like a lot. But just like the, call for adventurers and that sort of thing. So there's a lot of people that are on it. You know what I'm saying?
It's more than we hoped for. We thought maybe that they might send like a small group of guards or something to stand post for a day or two before heading back. So
Well, we do plan on taking up a slightly more extended, at least, tenure.
And as you guys are talking to Savannah, Oleg he'll finally come in. It's like, just remember that whatever you do, we have to live here.
Yeah. And we plan to make sure you prosper while doing so.
Well, I mean, I'm not opposed to nailing the bandits up to the outside walls so the others get the message.
I like this man.
But neither my wife or I are trained soldiers, so...
Oh, that's why they sent us. If you don't mind me asking, we did encounter a few things on the way here that I might be we didn't investigate fully. We did find the old fort down by the river there, a few miles back.
Okay, yeah. Used to be...
Sorenko?
Yeah, the soldiers would make their way here once in a while for trade, but they got called back to Rexton a while back. So
yeah, we stopped there briefly and didn't find anyone currently occupying the place. From the road, it looked like it might be a good bandit hideout. You know.
Yeah. No, I think they come from the south.
The south. All right. Yeah, good. Thank you. We also spotted what looked like possibly some sort of settlement to the north of the road.
Oh, that's
just a few miles back.
That's Boken.
I'm sorry, Balkan?
Boken. Bokken.
Boken. Gotcha.
He's a bit of an eccentric hermit, but he knows his way around a potion. So, comes sees us every couple of weeks with some stuff that he's brewed up that we can sell and trade to the travelers and hunters and the like.
Always handy to have someone with skills.
He's not really a people person, but...
I think while Traxon is eating his stew and also supplying Gratch with his own bowl of stew, he's just smiling because his guess was right on that one.
Yeah, good call. We'll give you that one. And to the south of the road, there looked like some kind of spider nest, perhaps?
Spiders are trouble from time to time.
So it's not a fixture then?
No, they come out of the woods every once in a while. Some of the hunters make good money, protecting people, protecting travelers, protecting those on the road. I mean, they're a good-sized spider. Don't get me wrong. Probably about the size of a pony.
That's a good-sized spider.
It's also a future problem.
Agreed. Not as an immediate threat as the bandits.
Well, you have walls and you have trebuchets.
Those don't work. I've been meaning to get to them to fix them up. I just, leaky roof here, freaking bandits stealing our supplies. So I don't.
Professor Flower, can you get those things working?
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe we can give you a hand with that. A few of us have some crafty skills.
I've calibrated a trebuchet once or twice.
Well, I need to repair the ropes. I need to make sure that the beams are still strong and they don't snap in half under pressure. I appreciate the offer, but like your friend here said, that's a future problem.
Very well.
at the very least, we're expecting the tax collectors to come by tomorrow, and we won't be able to get them up and ready for then.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about them.
All right, what do you have for stores here?
Not much. I got what the... I mean, anything I've got, they're just going to try to take tomorrow.
They're not going to take it tomorrow, but we might need to use some of it.
Yeah, I got general goods. I got a couple of bows, arrows, tools, lumber, furs. Got a couple of potions and elixirs from Boken.
Oh, good.
Got lamp oil, some leather armor, some like wooden shields, axes.
Oil's good.
How's the local water source?
We've got a well.
Is it in the bounds here?
Yes, yeah.
Ah, excellent. Good. Internal water is always important.
And they come from the south, you say?
Yeah, usually an hour or two after sunrise.
Nice and early.
Time to prepare, at least.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get some food. Let's rest up.
Yeah, if there's any time left in the day, we can maybe give a hand with some maintenance.
Pike's actually a good crafter.
Oh, good. We're going to need some gallows in the morning.
Snow Maple's not too great, but you know.
If I'm building gallows for human, the first thing I'm going to do is build a ladder.
She's probably more than capable of braiding some rope.
All right, so you guys can have a meal. After supper, you can definitely like give a hand fixing things up. I mean, it's dark, so there's not a lot you can do. There's some lanterns and lights around.
Can I use the...
I can use the cantrip on my Wayfinder.
There you go.
Could I use a Rostland Hinterlands lore check to see if I can discern anything about the individuals that Svetlana talked about?
Sure.
Ooh, probably not.
No, nothing that you're aware of.
They're just some nameless bandits.
Nameless bandits.
Mm-hmm.
Totally not going to be some, soldier with a great axe that's going to obliterate Snow Maple in one round.
Oh, yeah, that was something. She did say, Svetlana did say axes, so hopefully smallish axes.
Yep.
I don't know. I think I might be more scared of somebody that might be like Traxton.
Same.
Well, if she has a bear, we'll know to watch out.
It's true.
It sounds like the cloak and bow fellow is the underling. Or maybe the lieutenant. So, at least that's the vibe I'm picking up.
Well,
in a perfect world, when they arrive tomorrow, we'll explain who we are and why we're here, and they'll leave.
Or, probably the other thing, assuming they don't surrender, I think we should be prepared to confront them in a violent way.
I agree. But if they have a brain and they realize there's legitimate law in this town now, they'll return to their boss and let them know it's time to pack up.
with any luck.
That said, bandits aren't known to be very smart.
Not stereotypically, no.
So is there anything else you guys want to do during the evening?
Well, if we can't fix the trebs,
Do the walls have like archer slits on them?
They don't, but they're a fairly low wall. I mean, not so much for the professor and Moot Point. So they're designed more for like shooting over and then ducking behind, as opposed to arrow slots.
Gotcha. I will just make sure there are some ramshackle step stools for Moot Point and I to take up shooting positions on the wall. But I'll just spend an hour or two building some little step stools.
Okay.
Chris, I was just curious, is there a way that I can convince my strikes, action, inventory, that bar to list things above the bar as opposed to below?
I think it's something I can. Wait, let me see. I don't know if it's a client size or a me size, but if you go to settings, like on your upper right.
Yeah.
And then configure settings. And if you scroll down, you should see one that says token action HUD. I don't know if you've got it on your end or if it's only on
token
my end.
action HUD. Yep.
And then when you click on that, there should be a thing that says direction.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be either up or down. Down, they're obvious. So if you want it to list things upwards, then choose up. I think you can do it on your end. I don't know for sure.
Ah, there we go. For whatever reason, it was saying it was up, but it was actually doing down.
Ah, gotcha.
So I changed it to down and then back to up.
There we go. Hey, technology.
We would like to turn it off and turn it back on again, please.
First law of tech. All right. So during the evening, you guys can get some stuff together, little shooting stands for the shorter folks along the walls, if you like. Is there anything else you guys would like to do?
Yes, actually, Traxton, with Gratch's help, well, probably not mechanically, but he's going to come with anyway, just for the walk. Would like to go around the outside of the wall just to make sure there's nothing untoward, areas of weakness, areas maybe look like that possibly someone set something up to make it easier to get over.
Gotcha.
We don't have a lot of image of the outer area, Chris. I was just wondering if there was perhaps a tree or something that I could maybe set up a post in.
There's not actually. This is like grasslands.
Okay.
Yeah. Open.
It is
Where the shop?
largely open. It's largely open terrain.
Mm.
I was just hoping to get behind our foes.
Yep. I mean, you might be able to hide around the side of the building or something, since they generally seem to come up from the south.
That's fair.
But then you would have to make your way all the way around the building.
I am pretty speedy.
You are pretty fast, so.
You could go off in a direction and dig a hole. Wait for them to go past or pop up. And
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not that committed to the bit.
I mean,
fair.
You could spend part of this evening building a little duck blind or something.
If there's a significant bush or something that could conceivably conceal that kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah, there's probably something.
All right.
You've got the evening to kind of set up whatever kind of defenses you would like. So.
I think I can do the. Can I do the light spell? Is it once per day or is it all the time?
It's. You cast it. It's a cantrip, so you can cast it at will, and then when you cast it, it lasts until you do your next daily preps or until you cast light again.
Oh, okay. So I can have the light on out there for as long as I want.
Yep.
All right, cool. Yeah. I've got the nightlight. I'll head out there and see if I can construct a rudimentary hideaway amid some low brush.
Okay, perfect. So Traxon, you take a look around, and there doesn't seem to be any, like, there's places where you can tell, like, Oleg has patched it up,
Mm-hmm.
but he seems to be quite a skilled carpenter.
Right.
Like,
Uh,
like
sorry.
you can tell because, like, the patch wood isn't as weathered as the outside wood. But other than that, you would never know that it's been patched.
Gotcha. And there's nothing. I know, like, there's nothing to hide behind or anything, but there's no makeshift ability to make like a platform or anything around. Like, there's no rocks I can move out of the way or anything like that as well.
No, not really.
Okay.
Nothing that would give you a substantial advantage.
Right. Okay.
Right. Is Moot Point, Father Hull, or Flower doing anything in the evening?
That's a good question. I don't think so. For Moot Point, anyway. He's prepping for a fight. And kind of arguing with the voice in his head. Like, are you sure we should be all the way out here? This sounds dangerous now. That sort of stuff.
This is where you're meant to be. And for once, the voice in your head is very clear.
All right, if you say so.
I was just gonna enjoy something warm and nice and relax until it's fight time. Relax until his expertise is needed.
Okay.
Is it better or worse if the voices in your head start making sense?
Depends on the source of the voice, really. Right. What is Father Hull doing in the evening?
I don't think Hall has anything that he really needs to do. He'll, just make sure everything's prepped, everything's good. Do evening prayers for anyone that wants to partake. Other than that, he intends to ride out the gate to meet the bandits in the morning.
Okay. So that everybody gets some rest. There is a common bunkhouse, and everybody can get some sleep in. Morning comes.
What is our plan for the morning? You're gonna ride out and meet them, Father Hull?
I expect that myself, Truxton, and Flower will have a conversation and
The rest
see
of us be up top of the walls.
if
Okay.
they have any common sense.
Maybe stay ducked behind the wall so they don't know our numbers.
Yeah.
Some lowlifes, when they see a knight and a Justicar, opt to change their ways. I'm not sure if these particular ones will, but...
And some of them decide to tag along.
But either way, if Snow Maple can find a hidey hole somewhere, and
I think I've got one scouted out, yeah.
we'll have a conversation, and if things go sideways, then I'm sure the fellows on the wall and Flower and Traxton near me will take care of the problem, yeah.
I'll make sure that I get up a little early, Chris, so I can head out and take up position before potential bad guys arrive.
Perfect. Why don't you give me a stealth roll?
Sure. $19.
Right. Perfect. So that'll basically be compared to their perception to see whether or not they notice you.
Okay. Feeling 19's a good place to start.
And then again, because you're avoiding notice, when combat breaks out, you can choose to use that as your initiative if you like.
Okay, I'll make note.
Alrighty.
I will also be avoiding notice on the opposite side of the wall.
Okay.
Father Hall will be doing the opposite of avoiding notice.
Drawing notice.
I'm presenting notice.
My new tattoo gives me 4 times the normal visual range.
Yep.
So, what I would like to happen as soon as their group becomes visible to me, which is probably going to be a bit better than everybody else minus.
That's half as good as the Spyglass.
Yeah, I was just about to actually say, not quite as good as your vision, but anyway, when they become visible, I'd like to hunt prey on the leader, and the leader will be whoever I see, either some male with a bow,
Cloaked man with a bow, or an angry-looking female with axes.
Exactly what I was about to say as well. Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, I actually did some research, and they say because of the curvature of the Earth, the furthest an unaided human eye can see is 3 miles. So that gives me a rough ballpark for things like the Spyglass and the tattoo. So.
Gotcha.
At a distance, early in the morning, and I'll let you guys place yourselves on this map, like wherever you would like to be. They are obviously going to be coming up to the front gate. I realize there's not a lot of like area outside the fortress.
I'll let you decide, Chris, wherever my Heidi bush happens to be. Because it's probably somewhere off the map, and I don't want to get in your way.
Gotcha. We'll say it's like over on the map, and it's basically probably about 35, 40 feet off the map, so you're like 100 feet from the main entrance.
Okay.
We'll say you figured that that's close enough that you can get up to the front if you really need to.
Can I get a Gratch token?
Oh, yep.
Thank you.
Traxon needs his special boy.
I am well versed in moving now. I just need to get him.
Oh, actually,
good.
Snow Maple,
Yeah,
would I be able to borrow your Spyglass?
sure.
Thank you.
You're in a
I'll
better
keep
position to make use of it during the morning.
Yeah. And I will exploit vulnerabilities on the leader when I can see them a bit ahead of time as well.
All right.
I will take a look at the spells I have prepared.
Flower, move yourself right next to Liam. Saves me from moving.
Just in case he wants to reach out and touch you.
Got to touch your pole.
Ooh.
Oh, I
Ooh.
was wondering what was happening there. I was going to get close, but I don't want to get that, I think.
He's going to like it.
No. Y'all are good over there.
Mind if I ditch Burning Hands and put something else on there?
It's up to you. You can do whatever spells you like.
A whole cabal of shady-looking buggers.
That's how they usually roll.
So this one
They all
right
look
here,
so crushable.
that one there seems to be the leader from the very vague description that you got. Like all of them seem to be, hooded cloaks. I mean, definitely like D&D bandit uniforms. But that guy is kind of like striding in the front and is the only one that has a longbow.
He's got a higher edge score.
He does.
His cloak is just a little deeper.
More cocky than the rest of them.
His parents are just a little more dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
That was
Well,
good.
Batman
I like
stuff.
that.
Oh, don't tell me any of these people had happy childhoods. I don't believe it.
Gentlemen,
The guy at the head says, I ain't been called that before.
my name is Justikar Liam Hall. My understanding is that you are a part of a bandit organization. I have a writ in my pocket that says that I could place you under arrest and try you. I'm giving you the opportunity to leave if you choose. But if you pull, we're going to kill you.
I'm afraid you've misunderstood. We're simple travelers looking for breakfast and a couple hours of rest.
Well, seems that me and mine have eaten all the breakfast. You can carry on your way. And do tell your boss that a Justikar is in this realm. He should leave.
I don't think he's going to do that.
Didn't expect he would, but
Shame.
I gave you the option.
Well, you don't mind if we just go in then and get ourselves... He kind of turns back. What was it I said, boys? Breakfast? Yeah, breakfast.
You take one step.
And he deliberately takes a step forward.
I'm going to roll for initiative.
All right.
Because I've been watching.
I was
Yeah.
going to say, at that point, can I shoot him?
Yeah, I was going to do the same thing. Just
It's initiative. There's no actual surprise rounds, so...
And watching too much Justified.
I caught that.
Yeah.
Great show.
So Snow Maple, you could use your 19 from your stealth, or you could re-roll. The choice is yours.
Can I reroll stealth?
You can.
All right. Is the +1 applicable?
No, because nobody was scouting because you guys knew they were coming.
Right. Okay. We'll give it a try anyway because I don't think I'm beating them with the 19.
I rolled a 9.
Okay.
Ah, balls. It's even worse. I'm gonna try the hero point thing. See how that goes.
All right.
18. It's still not as good as the 19. Ugh, balls.
But an 18
Still not bad.
But it does mean that there's like 4 of those bandits that are considered flat-footed to you.
Yeah, like that. Because at the range I'm at, it's going to be short bow the first turn, which is going to get them in trouble, I think.
Alrighty. So one of the bandits is very quick on the draw.
He was upset he hasn't had breakfast yet this morning.
He was like, "You promised me bacon." And he's going to step forward with his dagger.
Oh, ballsy bandit stacking a knight. Wow.
He's going to hit you for 5 damage.
Ouch.
How deep?
So step forward, draw dagger, stab. 3 actions. Okay.
These guys don't respect the rule of law at all.
Not even a little bit.
What a shame.
Haps. For some reason, he is armed with a short bow, even though it's supposed to be a long bow. But his attack bonus would be the same either way. He's going to let loose an arrow at the father. Oof. That is a bad miss. He is apparently a little bit taken aback.
This guy respects the rule of law.
Yeah, he's used to rustling farmers and innocent townsfolk.
Yeah.
That will take us to Father Liam.
Oh, you guys. Not happy with any of you.
You're gonna burn in hell.
It's the worst when Father disapproves, isn't it?
Okay. So that
Yeah,
could
when's Liam gonna
be-
start making father jokes?
What kind of role is it to offer the first one to surrender the right to live a little longer?
Diplomacy, intimidation, depends on how you word it.
Okay.
2 actions. I'm going to cast Magic Weapon on Flower's Ivy. Or did you magic that?
It is magic.
Oh. What about Trex?
I'll cast magic weapon on it though.
Yeah,
Does magic weapon make it more magic?
it turns
Gives
it.
an item bonus.
Yep. So the big thing that it does is it turns it into a +1 striking weapon, so +1 to hit and double damage dice.
Oh, that's the fun one.
We're going to do that. So cast that. And then I'm going to this guy that stabbed me with a dagger.
Yep.
I'm gonna grab him by the throat and just pick him off the ground.
All right. That is a athletics roll.
Because we're trying the old grapple trip thing.
Yep. So yeah. So if you target him and then select grapple as an action, it should do that automatically.
I don't have grapple as an action. Is that just athletics?
It's in your actions, basic actions macro.
Yep.
Button.
No, I have raise shield, shield block, and blazing armament.
No, the macro, the basic action macro on your hotbar.
Number 1 on your hotbar.
Oh, that one. Okay. Oh God, so many things.
Yeah, but grapple is in there.
The good news is they're
alphabetical. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hero point that.
All right.
Wow, that is a lot of things going on there.
Yep.
Yeah. Basically, he's grappled. If you get a critical success, he's also restrained, and then it's just got the links to like what grappled, restrained, and stuff mean.
So just kind of reach out with the gauntlet, grab him by the throat and kind of pick him a foot off the ground.
Yep.
Show him the long arm of the law.
That's right.
So yeah, the big thing grab does is it makes him immobilized and it makes him flat-footed.
Oh, I like flat-footed.
It's all for you, Snowmaple.
And he is grabbed until the end of your next turn.
That's me.
You basically need to spend an action every turn to maintain the grapple.
Yep.
Do you have to roll again?
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, that's sweet. So he has to use his action to try to escape, but you can just hang on to it.
Yep. Or if he gets like forced away from the father, he'll be free. Or if the father moves away, all that sort of jazz.
Forced movement.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I might go for the grabbed guy if you don't mind, Snowmaple,
Go for
since the other guys you
As
can
long as
ambush.
I'm still going to be able to go before some of them, that'll give me a few shots I can take.
You can, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them there.
So that one guy that's grabbed, I will yell to him, "This was your choice, man," and demoralize him.
All right.
Poor guy.
Oof.
Oh,
22 against his will save.
Yoren's going to make him feel bad about himself and then beat him with a rock.
And then beat him with a rock.
That is actually a critical success.
Oh, I'm gonna make him feel super bad about himself.
We all need Jesus. Or Abiter.
we're gonna keep you and we'll let you go, but your mom has to come get you.
So he is frightened too.
Wonderful. Oh, and when I did my exploit vulnerability against the boss, am I able to get his best and worst save? Because I succeeded on it.
Oh, right. I forgot you have diverse lore. He is very dexterous, but he's a bandit underling. He is not very strong-willed.
Gotcha. Cool.
So reflex is his highest and will is his lowest.
And then, yeah, so first action, demoralize. Second action will be rock.
And paper.
A 10 is a hit because he's flat-footed and frightened.
Nice.
Wonderful. Big damage.
So Father Liam, you've got this guy and you're holding him, and the professor yells out about how like this was his choice, and the guy's eyes just kind of widen in fear as you like start to lift him off his feet. Not quite off his feet, because you've only got a 16 strength, I think. But he's like on his tippy toes, and he looks scared shitless, and then this rock beans him in the head, and his eyes glaze over, and it takes him a great deal of effort to refocus. He is badly fucked up.
My third action will be to take cover.
All
He
right.
could be our survivor.
He's a good choice for surviving.
And I will note that for most things you can declare that you're doing non-lethal damage. There's no penalty or anything to do so, as far as I know.
There is actually. There's a -2 penalty to your attack, I think, if it doesn't have the non-lethal trait.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there's a thing with it. Yeah.
Yeah. But you can choose to not kill people.
Oh, they'll surrender eventually.
That will take us to Snow Maple.
Right. I think from my position, based on the initiative, I'm gonna target number 5, guy in the end. Always target the guy in the end, and I'm gonna shoot him in the back.
All right.
Friggin' hell!
If you've got another hero point, you can use it.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. I'll take another shot.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Those-
fine.
Those are Zach.
Inconceivable.
Those are Zach rolls from last game.
They really
Yeah,
are. I had
that's
one.
rough.
I had one roll that was out of the single digits.
Yeah.
It was an initiative roll.
You still have a third action. Do you want to start moving forward, or are you staying back where you are?
How far did you say I was back?
I'm going to say you're like one move off the map, so one stride will get you there, probably up in the corner of the building, if you like.
I'm gonna hang back for now. I think I don't want to get swarmed.
Okay.
I realized how that turned out last time, and I'm not really interested in playing that game again.
All right. Moot Pint.
Can I take cover? With my third action?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I will. I got two things I want to do, but I guess I'll just do one of them. I'm just somebody within 30 feet of me. I'm just going to tell them to kneel, bow your head, and use command.
All right. Which guy are you targeting?
How about this guy here?
Okay. DC 17 will save. He will fail. So on his next turn, he must use a single action to use your command. So it's going to eat up some of his actions.
All right. Can I still do other things?
You have one action left.
Hydraulic push from the staff.
Hydraulic push is a 2-action spell.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'll just I guess I'll just cantrip shield on myself and duck down.
Okay.
If you use your action to take cover, it'll give you +2 AC rather than +1 from shield. You won't be able to shield block though, so.
I'll just cast the shield. It's fine. We'll save it for later. It's a cantrip.
Okay. Got it. Alright, Traxton.
All right. I would like to move into melee with this fellow here.
Okay.
And I will spend an action to get Gratch to come with for some support.
Okay.
Excuse me, that individual is my prey, so I'm going to try a twin takedown.
Okay.
So my first roll will be on dice a 4, which I imagine is probably going to miss. Oh no! And the second is a 6.
Oh yeah, rolling hot.
I know, right?
Sadly, both are misses.
Gotcha.
He does seem to be fairly dexterous, and he kind of ducks out of your way.
It's not a great start.
Alright, this is Bandit. He is going to fire off does he have a short bow? Does he only have daggers? He does have a short bow. He's going to fire a short bow at Snow Maple, who does have some cover. That will miss by a wide margin.
Hooray!
And he's going to make his way to the corner of the building there. This guy. The father was the one that's mouthy and holding his buddy. It's like, Johnny, no! Ooh, critical hit on Father Liam.
Ooh. Where was that earlier?
12 damage.
Ouch.
Arrow comes like right up underneath underneath your half plate, catches you in the ribs. You can feel something warm and wet starting to leak from the inside. And he's going to back up a little bit. And this guy. You may as well try the same thing.
These guys don't know what's going to happen when Flower goes.
Well, they are moving away from the barbarian. But Flower is up.
All right. We have some interesting stuff going on here, don't we? Gratch is small enough I can swing over him, right?
He is currently a small creature, yes.
I'm just gonna come up here. And I'm gonna say, I'm going to enjoy watching you hang. And then I'm going to swing the I-beam center mass over top of Gratch. I want to try and catch him right in the stomach, like knock the wind out of him. I'm swinging non-lethal because Father said so.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I did not. I forgot to draw. I did have my I-beam drawn
Yep,
for this because we were looking spooky.
because you were looking menacingly.
Yeah. New +1 I-beam. Oh, I forgot to target.
Okay, a 15 is a hit.
Beautiful. I like that.
Yeah. So he takes that in the ribs. He kind of stumbles back a little bit, kind of coughs up a little bit of blood, but he is still standing.
And I can swing again, yeah?
You can, yep.
Do it again. Catch him on the side, maybe.
Oof.
Oof.
That is a miss.
There's more of one of my rules.
Oh, this. Well, he's got a rampaging barbarian.
Oh.
That's the. Oh no, never mind. Sorry.
All right, the guy who's been grabbed
And frightened.
and frightened and stunned. He is going to try to escape. Oh, okay. So he critically fails his escape attempt.
Instead, he starts hugging Father Liam.
He's like, I give up. I give up.
Nice.
Haps.
Does the bandit drop his weapons?
No.
Okay.
He is going to try to stab Flower. Actually, first of all, he's going to use an action to make Flower his hunted prey.
Oh, fun.
Ooh, bus.
+2 to track. Oh, and a D8 precision if he hits you.
No.
No. He starts to back up. Father Liam.
Snow Maple, you okay?
Yeah, we're fine over here.
Alrighty. I'm gonna spend 2 on a heal.
All right.
Target myself. And my last action I'm going to spend to keep a hold of this poor fucker. Slam him to the ground.
Okay. Do you want to keep a hold of him, or do you want to slam him to the ground?
I want to keep a hold of him, but I just thematically, I imagine there's a struggle going on.
Okay, gotcha.
Not tripping, maintaining grapple.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, he tried to, and he's like bleeding profusely from like that head wound from the slingshot. He's like woozy. Professor, you're up.
I will see the leader retreating. And I'm just gonna, verbally jab him with a bon mot. Tell him that, he's real tough, rolling up to some defenseless folk to take what little they have. And the second things get tough, he flees. And I will use a bon mot against him. I need a diplomacy check. Whew!
Wow.
Ooh, that is a critical success.
I'm glad one of us is rolling well.
Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
And then I will follow that up with a demoralize.
Okay.
The wombo combo.
Okay.
Is that enough to make him flat-footed or no?
It makes him frightened.
Okay. Oh, right. Gotcha.
Yeah. But I will
there's,
use.
I think
I'll use
there's
a hero point on that.
I think there's a feat I have to do to make him flat-footed when he's frightened. Yeah.
Oh! I changed my initiative. Oops.
Okay, I can change it back.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna hero point that. Frightened roll.
Okay. Oh,
There we go.
When we say justice, we mean justice.
You either
I
die
mean
now
justice. The rest of these people, I don't think they do. But.
You either surrender now when you die in the gallows, or you die in the grass. It's your choice, really.
It depends on how long they want to think about it, I guess.
all right, there we
It really
go.
depends on if he wants last words or not. And my third action is going to be to maintain cover.
All right.
You aren't kicking ass.
Snow Maple.
Right. So he's frightened too. He's easy to hit. And from back here, I can't get.
You could use your action to hide,
Oh.
which would then make him flat-footed, right?
Okay.
It's kind of like the D&D thing of like cunning action, hide, and then attack. And his perception DC just dropped a lot because of that critical success on the Bon Mot and the
So
frightened.
just roll stealth, or is it the hide action?
Do the hide action. That is a success.
All right. Cool.
So you are now hidden, which would make him flat-footed to attack.
In that case, I will attempt to short bow him.
Okay.
At this point, I'll take a hit. I think we got a hero point back, so I'll try re-rolling with a hero point.
Okay.
There you go.
There's the money.
Okay, just because I had an audio issue here, and I'm still getting a really bad hissing noise that I'm going to have to look at. So your first shot dropped him.
Oh. Okay. Sorry.
So the second shot, I'll let you throw it onto somebody else.
Let's try my good friend Bandit number 5.
Okay. Perfect. So 22 against Bandit number 5, because he doesn't have all the penalties stacked on him. It's just going to be a regular hit.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you rolled shit damage on the critical anyway, so you did better on the normal damage.
Yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. So yeah, so one arrow catches Hap as he's like fleeing towards you, and the other action kind of like pivot and spot and catch Bandit number 5 there.
And no, I used my third action for hide. Never mind. Carry on.
Perfect. All right, that will take us to Moot Point.
Moot Point. All right, this uninjured guy, number 3, I think.
Is near death.
Yeah, but I want to hit something big.
Okay, carry on.
How about number 4. Let's do number 4. And let's try that spout spell, just to see how this staff works. I take it I hit cast on this. Select my target and hit cast.
All right. So yeah, select your target.
Right.
And then in your little drop-down menu there, find spells.
Yeah.
And then select spout. There
Perfect.
You go. So the way spout works, it's a cantrip. So it affects one target, but if you cast it on a body of water, like a small pond or a creek, it becomes a small area of effect.
Oh, okay. Actually, I didn't mean spout. I meant the other one there. Hydraulic push.
Okay, perfect.
Because spout doesn't do much damage, right? Hydraulic push does.
Spout does a D4 plus your intelligence, so.
Yeah.
That's probably the cantrip one.
So that's the one I meant to do. Sorry.
Yeah. Perfect. Yep. So over in the chat, just hit the attack button.
Jeez.
It's a miss. You could hero point it if you like.
Yeah, I'll hero point that.
No reason not to.
Yeah, just hit attack again then?
No, if you right-click on the 10, one of the options should be to re-roll using a hero point.
I guess a little better.
There you go.
That is a hit. So in your spell chat thing, just hit damage.
Well, that didn't do much damage.
That's enough.
It didn't do a lot for 3d6, but it did enough. So yeah, so Moot Point, you grab this staff and, you know, it's new. You bought it at the shop in Rexton. The guy told you that it worked. You kind of like hold it, kind of brace yourself, and it fires out like this geyser of water, connecting with that bandit and just like, not just like doing damage, but also pushing him back because it does damage and pushes them 10 feet.
Sweet. I will
Sorry, 5 feet.
cantrip shield and take cover.
Okay.
It puts the lotion on its skin, or it gets the hose again.
Hose again.
All right. That'll take us to Traxton.
He just got back, so it's your turn, Tom.
Okay.
Yep. I was here. I just didn't put that in.
Good.
Yep.
Okay. So, yay to action economy. I will move up. I will get some support. I will attack bandit number 1 time.
Okay.
Oh, maybe not. Slowly creeping up there. That's a 7.
That is a hit.
Awesome. All right. Damage will be 8 plus 4, which is 12.
12. Did you rolled for Grox as well?
Yep, I got a 3 for me and a 5 for him.
That is enough to drop that guy.
Beautiful.
So, not a lot of guys left now. This bandit.
Surrender now. I'll give you a fair trial.
Uh, hmm. It's like, Hap's dead. It's every man for himself. He fires. He starts running. He has no idea that Snow Maple is down there someplace because he hasn't been paying that much attention, but he's running in that general direction. Basically just like firing off like a parting shot as he runs.
Yeah.
Ouch.
It's not going to help him. I respect it, but it's not going to help.
That will take us to Flower.
I think Flower's just like, why do I bother trying to keep him alive if we're just gonna kill him? And then
Mine's alive.
Gretch looks at you with like blood dripping off his jaws.
Yeah.
Oh?
And Flower's going to mosey on over here. And is going to try again, non-lethal, on the guy he's beside.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
You did specify non-lethal, so...
I did specify non-lethal here. Alright, let's see. So that's a critical, eh?
Yep. Only 30.
Only 30. It's fine.
That's fully like 3.5 times his hit points.
Yeah, so yeah.
I rock his shit.
Yeah. So yeah,
Blindsided him.
Turn him into a divot.
Father Liam, you're like holding this guy, and the guy's like scared shitless. He just doesn't have the sense to drop his weapons. And then there's like this shudder that kind of vibrates through your arm as he goes limp in your hand. Still breathing, but very, very limp in your hand.
Oh God! Was that the guy that was that the guy that was like grappled and surrendered and had 1 hit point left?
Yes.
He may have a little bit of brain damage.
He's probably already buried.
Bit excessive, Flower, but thank you.
Thought you needed a hand.
$30 damage. God, fully 6 feet under. Don't even need to dig a hole.
I
shooting
think
me.
I think there's something comical about rolling 30 damage and then seeing that the bandit takes 1 damage. 1 hit point left.
Little conk behind the ear. Nighttime.
Yeah. So the 2 remaining ones seem to be kind of doing like a firing retreat, like they're just like firing their bows behind them as they retreat. They are running in Snow Maple's general direction. But that will take us to Father Liam, who no longer has somebody grappled.
Pretty sure I told these guys to surrender. I'm so slow. I'm just gonna heal, I think.
That will take us to Professor.
Yeah, they're awful far away. I will just yell at each of them that they have one last chance to surrender, or they will meet their end more quickly than they expect. And I'm basically going to bon mont each of them, and then intimidate. I'll say bandit number 5, the more damaged one.
Okay.
I'll spook him good after. So some bon mont checks.
That is a success on both of them.
Wonderful. And then on the damaged guy, a demoralized check. Not my best. It's because I'm pretty far away and pretty small. I'm not a threat to them anymore. What they don't know can't hurt them.
Oh, they don't know about Snow Maple, and Snow Maple can hurt them.
That seems correct. Yeah.
Well, you're right. What they don't know can hurt them very, very much.
And the 10 is actually a success because of the bon mot.
Morale's real low.
Morale is so low. All right. That will take us to Snow Maple.
Right. I will pop out of my bandit blind. I will move over to this first guy. And I'm gonna do a feint for a second action.
Ooh, critical success. So he is flat-footed against all of your melee attacks until the end of your next turn.
Cool. And then I'm gonna draw my sap.
Okay.
And I'm going to attempt to club him real good.
Okay. Yeah, because you have a quick draw.
Yep.
Nice. That is a hit.
Sleepy time.
Oh, not quite sleepy time.
Dang.
But the important thing is because of your critical deception, the flat-footed can carry through until the end of your next turn. As opposed to just the end of this turn. All right.
Surrender now. It's the best option you're gonna get as a, just a parting shot.
Okay. Moot Point.
I can cast 3 magic missiles if I use all 3 actions, right?
Yes.
And they don't have to be at the same target?
They do not.
All right, let's do 2 at the one closest to me and 1 at the one that's not as close to me.
Right. That will be enough to drop both of them because it automatically hits and does a minimum of 2 points of damage for each missile.
The window has closed. Can he leave one of them alive, or does the magic missile automatically kill him?
It's force damage, so I'll say like it'll drop them to the ground. Not necessarily dying, but
All right.
Yeah, really want 2 survivors. If we can.
I could do battle medicine on one of them.
okay, perfect.
Well, the problem is if we leave 2 survivors, you're going to make me build a gallows, and that sounds like a lot of extra effort.
I'm going to get Flower to do it.
All right, you talked me into it.
If we have 2, then we can interrogate them individually and see if their stories line up.
Oh, I was going to hang one and send one home, but
Oh, and we can do that after.
if you want to do it that way, that's fine.
All right. So yeah, the There's two. There's one that is definitely still alive because it was just a little love tap from Flower.
30 points of love tap.
Well,
It's a love tap.
he knows how dead he would have been.
And
He's definitely gonna feel it in the morning.
and Snow Maple with battle medicine, you can easily get like one of these guys stable before they die. So
All right. Yeah, that's good.
but yes, with that, there's some dead folks around.
Yeah. Check them for swag. Is the next thing after we have our survivors squared away.
I'll take care of the survivors. You search the bodies. We'll need some graves for these folks.
Right. So you search them over. They've got like leather armor, daggers, short bows, like nothing to write home about. The leader, Hap, actually does have he has a composite bow.
Ooh, fun.
Longbow, yeah.
It is a composite longbow.
Well, we're taking all their stuff. Like,
Yeah.
even if we don't use it, it'll get added to the armory here.
And Oleg and Svetlana will come out and go like, well, that was definitely something.
Mr. Oleg,
A good start. And if I can replenish my arrows from their stock, I'll do that too.
Yeah, that you can do. Just Oleg, Father, or Mr. Leverton if you like, but Oleg is fine.
Father Hall, Jessica Hall, either one. Either way, we're going to have a trial. We'll need Gallows set up. Flower, I think, will help.
I mean, they're bandits. They don't really need a trial.
They do. Everyone deserves a trial.
I'll just sort of walk past Oleg and just whisper to him, humor him, please.
I mean, just seems unusual is all. Normally, bandits are, bandits. They got killed trying to do bandit stuff. That makes them bandits.
Oleg, we're standing in the middle of a place that has no law and no civilization. And bringing law is what Apertar says that we should do.
Does the interrogation happen before or after the trial, Father?
Sorry?
The interrogation. We need to know where the bandit hideout is. That's why we kept some of them alive. I mean, trial too, but mostly the first thing.
Yeah, interrogation, trial, execution, probably.
All right. Yeah.
By a rope, preferably.
Sure.
Irregardless, if there's going to be law in this land, it needs to be enacted at some point, and it might as well be today. Yeah.
Yep. Sounds great.
So timber, rope. Flower, can you help?
Yes, Father.
So yeah, I'll get somebody can give me a crafting roll. See if you can actually put together a gallows.
I'll give it a shot.
I mean, it's no difficulty at all making like a noose to hang them like from the wall or whatever, but if you want like an official gallows, that's going to be a crafting roll.
Traxton's going to start digging a big hole.
Ooh,
I'm going to
Crotch will help.
look where I hit crafting. Skills? No.
Snow Maple's first priority after we have survivors is to loot the bodies. After that's done, I'll help out whoever needs it.
I am not rolling very well today.
So yeah, as you're kind of going over the the bandits. Each of them has a dagger. Each of them has like a short bow. A couple days worth of rations.
Yeah, we're taking it all.
Some arrows. What really draws your attention, though, is that each of them has a silver amulet. Looks like an open-faced helmet made from the skull of some sort of fanged predator with antlers extending from the top of the helmet.
Is that something that we recognize?
That would be a recall knowledge roll.
Okay. I will recall some knowledge.
Religion based?
It is not religion-based. It is society-based.
Can I use Rostland Hinterland's lore?
No.
Okay, then I lose my...
Yeah, you would be able to. It's not the super specialized lore, but it'll do.
How about criminal underworld lore?
Yes.
I think that's what it is.
I made my roll secret by mistake, but...
Underworld lore, that's what it is, yeah.
Yep.
$17? That's not bad. Better than most of my rolls today.
All right. 17 is actually what you needed using a specialized lore.
Oh, okay, cool.
Nice.
So you're looking at this and
And you said it was a horned helmet of some sort?
like an open-faced helmet, but the face looks like more like some sort of fanged beast,
Oh.
and then it's got like antlers, like deer antlers or elk antlers or whatever. And as you look at this, oh, go ahead.
Did Lady Jamandi mention a stag prince?
The Stag Lord.
Stag lord.
And now that you think about it, there's Snow Maple. When you were listening in on conversations in the crossing, and when you were getting your supplies in Rexton, it kind of comes to the surface. Some sort of bandit leader organizing bandits in the lands, calling himself the Stag Lord. You didn't pay much attention. I mean, self-styled bandit lords are a dime a dozen. Like every bandit who's got more than 4 people in his group considers themselves a bandit leader.
Yeah.
But the fact that these guys have an actual symbol denotes that there's more to it than just idle talk.
And apparently a decent jeweler.
They are fairly well crafted, and they are made of solid silver.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's not nothing.
They would actually be worth probably a couple of gold each.
Whew, we are scooping those. This is not the March of Dimes.
But yes, as you kind of get your prisoners situated, make sure that they're not bleeding from traumatic head wounds caused by magical eye beams, or rapiers to the gut. We'll take a quick 5-10 minute bio break, and then we will pick back up.
Awesome.
Cool.
Sweet.
Sounds good.
We're going to have a trial, boys.
Alrighty, everybody back?
I'm here.
I think we're just missing Trevor and maybe John.
Present.
Trevor's here.
Or not Trevor, sorry. Tony.
Father.
Does anybody else need patching up?
Nope, all good here.
Okay.
Flower, maybe?
Well, while you guys are dealing with the bodies, Oleg will come over and is like, I know there's more of them out there, and they're probably going to come for revenge, but
Oh, don't worry.
that is more than we could have hoped for.
These two are going to tell us where the rest of them are. Or at least where the rest of their particular cell might be.
Could always try tracking them back to where they came from, if all else fails too.
We can do that too.
I guess we are pretty equipped for that, huh?
Yeah, gratified him.
Be easier if they tell us where they are, though.
At the very least, they give us more information than where.
It'd be good to have a general direction to go at least.
And do you have numbers too?
That would be real handy.
It's been my experience that people that are about to be hung are often quick to share their information.
Well,
It is worth noting, Father, our writ was for unrepentant banditry.
it's true. They have the chance to repent.
Or so says the law.
The law says that
Nothing says repenting like spilling your guts.
participating in banditry is illegal. And attacking a Justicar of the Realm is illegal. These men are guilty. If they would like a slighter sentence, then perhaps they'll give up some information.
Ooh, mercy's fading quick, fellas. Better act now. It's a limited time offer.
Buy now while supplies last.
Plea deals go soon.
Price is going up by the second.
Okay, just give me 1 sec here.
Well, we know Father Liam's going to be bad cop. But I think Professor Yorn and Snowmaple are going to try to be good cop.
That's good by me.
I agree. It's probably best that I excuse myself while you do an interrogation. I would not want the trial to be tainted by anything I might hear.
Traxton's that doesn't give a shit cop.
Alrighty. So, basically, in order to get the bandits to talk to you, you guys are going to have to either coerce them, which is intimidation, or make a request of them, which is diplomacy. Diplomacy will only work if they are friendly or helpful to you, so you'll have to actually try to raise their standing towards you if you want them to help you out of the goodness of their heart. Intimidate does not require that.
My intimidate's 6. Yours is probably better, but can we aid each other in any way?
You can certainly try to aid.
Yeah, 8 is the DC 20, and if you succeed, you give a bonus.
But if you critically fail, you give a penalty.
Oh, fun. Yeah.
So don't roll a 4.
What am I looking for? Coerce? Coerce, there it is.
I'd maybe like to try to get them to like us. Maybe we can give them work with Oleg. You know, they can earn actual legal money for themselves.
It's the thing about bandit life is they could have done this from the beginning. They chose not to. They chose the lazy route of just taking.
I agree.
It's like they probably won't work. They will be back most likely to doing this because it's worked for them.
Well, let's see what they tell us.
Oh, for freak's sake.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to bon mot them, by the way, to lower their will DCs for the interrogations.
Okay. Ooh, 23 is a critical success, making it 3 easier to intimidate them.
Wonderful.
Oh, I was apparently trying to intimidate Flower.
Yeah, that didn't work terribly well. But these guys...
I was going to say, I don't see any of their tokens left on the board, so I couldn't have targeted them anyway.
Yep. So the Bon Mott will drop their will save to a 9.
Oof.
So Snow Maple, you try to be intimidating, but they're a little like, for whatever reason, apparently these guys just do not find elves intimidating.
Yeah, fair.
I think we need to start breaking knees.
That's why Hall's in the corner.
Maybe just one knee.
I think Flower's also really good at intimidation. When it comes to the bad cop, Flower and Hall can do it.
Well, I think we're on the bone breaking if they're not saying anything. I was just saying we should give them the chance, but.
Well, I think we should start with their hands, actually.
I tried the carrot. Feel free to give them the stick.
Alright, so one more person can give me an intimidation check because there's 2 guys to interrogate. One of them is just like not saying anything.
So my intimidation's +6. What's yours, Hull?
Hall's not having any part of the interrogation.
Lovely.
Clearly, he's moving himself away to
over there.
make sure that he's impartial, quote unquote, for the trial.
Is this the one that I'm about to intimidate? Is this the one that I fucking rocked?
We'll say yes.
Cool. Like, hi. Just I beam down and I'm going to try and intimidate.
Alright.
I'm gonna start breaking your hands until you tell
I
me.
mean, if it is that guy, he might not even remember you.
It's true.
Things are fuzzy for him.
Very, very fuzzy.
Come on.
I remember
This is
waking
where it
up this
counts.
morning. I remember having breakfast, and then
Oh!
Hell yeah!
Shall I take your hands first? Are you gonna tell me what I want to know?
That's the flower power.
I imagine you're just like slowly leaning the I-beam on his hands, and the pressure's
Yeah.
just building.
So, critical success on a coercion. The target gives you the information you seek. Target continues to comply for an amount of time determined by the Game Master, not exceeding 1 day, at which point the target becomes unfriendly if they weren't already unfriendly or hostile. But they are also too scared of you to retaliate, at least for the short term.
Lovely. I want to know everything. Where's base camp? What the spot? I want names. I want any notable name that they have. I want it. In locations.
Just, and he kind of looks, kind of like rubs his head where it's still aching. There's maybe a dozen of us. We got a camp on the river, on the Thorn River.
What else?
I don't know how many there are currently. There's about a dozen of us so far. Some of us came here with half today. Kessel kept about a half dozen behind to guard the camp.
What else?
Kessel is the lady with the axes.
Yeah,
I assume.
yeah. She's got a bad temper on her.
But it's not as bad as mine.
Just working our way up until we have the privilege of staying at the main encampment. I don't know where that is. Please don't hurt me.
You said it was on the Thorn River?
Yeah, on the Thorn River. Give me 1 sec here. On this map, I will show you where the camp is.
Ooh, I like directions. Ooh, Thorn River Bandit Camp. Nice.
Sweet.
Just a couple of hexes south. That's pretty good.
Just a day, right?
Said they had about a dozen guys there. We cleared out 6. So they probably got, assuming they can scrape together a couple more in the next day or so. Maybe 8 by the time we get there.
Yeah, they'll be expecting us back in probably 3 or 4 days.
That's
I hope you know
that's
we're
their
going to
timeline,
kill
then.
it. I hope you know we're going to kill every single one of them.
Unless they surrender and feel contrite and Father decides to show leniency.
Oh, Kessel won't surrender, and the men that are with her won't surrender as long as she doesn't.
Well, we'll be sure to kill her first.
Well, people have tried.
We're not people. And I'll wiggle my fingers at him.
Her head's gonna look real fine on my wall.
Just in case he's scared of elves.
That's just uncalled for.
So who is this Kessel? We get that she's your leader, but what can we expect from her?
Skilled with the hatchets, loyal to the Stag Lord. Kind of runs some of his operations in this area at any rate.
Do you know of any other camps nearby?
No, I think we're the only ones in the forested area.
Do you know how far the Stag Lord reaches?
Well, throughout the green belt, anyway.
Right. Good.
I mean, preying on the hunters, travelers, anyone who comes in, pays a tithe.
Well, like ambush them when they're camping, sort of thing, or show up at their doorstep, like here.
There's not a lot of doorsteps around. This was actually a pretty sweet gig till you guys showed up.
Yeah, sounds like you guys had it pretty easy. But it's over now.
You figure somebody would eventually show up.
Yeah, whoever this stag lord is, he's got a good racket going. Like I was telling Flower earlier, these guys seem well equipped. They don't look hungry. They've got extra food in their pockets. They've got branding. This is all the earmarks of a well organized organization.
We tried. Anyway, are you gonna let me go, or are you just gonna kill me?
Well, that's up to the father.
You'll at least get a trial. More than I'd do with you, but trying to be civil in this uncivilized land, you know?
I'd suggest trying to look repentant.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
But
I will bid the gentleman adieu, and head out to let the good father know how the interrogation went.
okay.
If one of these guys that survived is the guy that I beamed in the back of the head, I'll just let him know that if he says something about Abadar, something good, might go a little better for him.
Who?
There.
God, money, commerce, civilization, all that good stuff. You like that, right? That's good stuff, right?
Sure.
Come on, try a little harder than that. You want to live?
Well, I figure either you guys are gonna kill me or the stag lord's gonna kill me. So.
Seems a rather defeatist attitude. Perhaps we can introduce you to Haram later on.
If you don't mind, I need to get some rest. My head is killing me.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, while you guys are doing the interrogation, for whoever's not taking part, Oleg will come up and...
I think it was just the three of us.
Okay. So I think it's Moot Point and the father and Traxton that aren't.
Yeah, father's distinctly hanging out over there.
Yeah, Traxton just be up sort of on the wall. He's keeping a general eye on things in case a scuffle breaks out, but he's not very interested in these interactions.
Okay.
Oh yeah, here's your spyglass back, Snow Maple.
Oh yeah, thanks.
So Oleg will come up to the father and say, "It's not much, but I still had a few supplies from the last time Balkan was around, and a little bit of coin anyway."
Thank you, Oleg. We appreciate that.
Well, we appreciate that. I think Svetlana's gonna cook up some of her famous radish soup for supper tonight as a celebration. So,
Oleg, before you go away, I want you to know that we're going to try to make this a better place as best we can.
well, it's already better without the likes of them. But I've never been one that thinks that civilization makes things better. So, I moved out here to get away from that.
Everyone has their own beliefs. Mine, I believe that civilization brings order, and order brings calm.
Civilization brings corruption and nobility that doesn't know quality craftsmanship if it bit them in the ass. And then they say, oh, make it faster. And you say, I can't make it faster if I want it to be good. And then they get all pissy.
You're not wrong. But I am a priest of Abaddon, who is the god of civilization. And I am something of a noble. But irregardless of your views, we will try our best to help you as best we can. I promise.
Well, we'll see.
We will. And I understand that it'll take some time to prove that to you. But in the morning, I expect the trial will change your views a bit.
Well, we'll see. And he trundles off. The payment from Oleg I put into the party loot. So it's apparently I didn't add the gold in. So it's 12 gold, as well as a couple of healing potions, a lesser antidote, a lesser anti-plague, and a lesser elixir of dark vision.
Cool.
Nice.
And the rest of the day, Svetlana is basically in the kitchen making like a celebratory supper. Oleg busies himself around cleaning things up. You guys can easily like bury or burn the bodies, whichever you decide to do.
Barry.
Sorry, Chris. Did you want to add that stuff to the party loot, or do you want me to write it down?
I added it to the party loot already.
Yeah, it's in there.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oleg busies himself. It's kind of general busybody stuff. So
We have 6 minor healing potions. Do we want to divvy them up a little bit? Just to make sure we each got access to one?
Yeah, one per, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
We got 6.
So if everybody wants to open up the party loot and just take one? Or I guess maybe the easiest way is to subtract one and add one to your sheet? Is that the easiest way to go, Chris?
if you drag them from the party loop onto your character sheet, it should give you an option for how many do you want to move.
Ah, good. Okay.
Yep. I was able to drag and drop 1 healing potion.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't stealing the whole stack.
Yep. So Tom, if you want to write that down, I'll add it onto your Foundry character sheet. I know you can't see it, but if you want to make note.
Perfect. Yep. Done. Thank
So
you.
everyone's getting one?
Well, we've got 6, so there's no reason not to put one in everybody's
Gotcha.
pocket.
Minor healing potion.
Yep.
Got mine.
Took one.
Perfect. All right. The rest of the day is uneventful. You guys can do whatever it is you like to do. Supper time comes, and there is a very sumptuous radish soup. Oleg's face just kind of lights up when he sees it. He's like, "This is Svetlana is famous for this."
Wife soup must have done good.
She's like, well, it's the last of our radishes, and for the time being, at any rate. But it's worth celebrating.
So we've got 3 to 4 days before they notice that the bandits are gone. And it's 2 hexes south. Do we want to proceed that way and maybe explore as we go?
And
Sure.
something important to note, the forest is difficult terrain, so it takes 2 actions to traverse it.
Right. Ooh. So was that... That would make it 1 extra day or 2?
2 days.
So yeah, if we set out in the morning, we should have enough time to head that way and maybe do a little exploring along the way.
Have 2 days worth of detours.
Yeah.
So mechanically how things work is with the horses, you guys have 2 hex exploration activities a day. Normally it takes 1 to traverse a hex and 1 to reconnoiter. Because of the forest, it takes 2 to traverse, but it also takes 2 to reconnoiter because it's so thick and tangled.
Oh shit. Okay. So are we taking the horses or are we leaving the horses?
I think
we're
taking the horses.
We're
is
taking the
beneficial.
horses. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to. We want to maintain speed.
Okay. Just not sure how well we'll do with them off once we get off road.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of it is like the horses can get through there. The horses give you 2 activities. So with the horses, you can traverse a hex in a day. Without the horses, it's going to take you 2 days to traverse the hex.
Right.
Yeah, I just didn't want to get our wagon stuck somewhere, that's all.
Yeah. Don't take the wagon. You can take the horses, but the wagon's probably going to have a hard go.
Okay. So do we have enough horses for everybody to mount up, or?
You do.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Jim says hi, everybody.
Hey, Jim.
All right, so we'll head out in the morning and start making our way through the forest.
After the trial.
After the trial.
Oh yes, the trial. Trial in the morning, then a walk through the forest. Or is the trial tonight, Father?
Well, might as well do it tonight.
So, sorry, is the radish soup actually really good?
It is.
He doesn't actually sort of expect her to, but as they're eating, and he probably has like as many bowls as he's allowed to, and he just sort of looks at her over one as he's eating. It's like this is really good. Well, you wouldn't be able. Could you share the recipe, maybe?
I would, but unfortunately, I don't have any more moon radishes.
Oh,
If you guys are traveling though, there is a patch about 16 miles south from here. I haven't been able to go in the last couple of months, but if you guys happen to be there and bring me back some, I'll gladly show you.
That's a deal. And sorry, she said
Write it down now.
moon radishes. Yeah. Oh, I'm in process. Sorry, was it moon radishes?
Moon radishes.
Moon
yeah.
radishes.
Okay, and 16 miles.
South.
Yep. So in Foundry, under the Journal tab down at the bottom, you'll see one that says Quest Log.
Oh, that's not the journal button. Journal tab.
Yeah, the Journal tab, and then down at the very bottom, you'll see something that says Quest Log.
Now that we're talking about it, I actually think I remember a screenshot you posted.
Oh,
a
I
while.
see. It's the very, very bottom.
The very, very bottom.
Let's see.
And that'll pull up a quest log with like available quests, and then whether they're in progress, completed, failed, so on and so forth.
Oh, we have a
Oh,
radish
nice.
soup quest.
So yes, there's that. And since you guys are now spending some time here at the outpost,
We're headed south too, aren't we?
you are.
Ooh.
Oh, there it is. I see it now.
Yeah.
So there's also like a couple of bounty posters up in the outpost.
Ooh.
One for kobolds, one for bandits, and one for a giant boar named Tusk Gutter.
Oh.
And Oleg will be like, "Yeah, Tusk Gutter's mean old boar lives somewhere out in the woods there. One of the hunters here, guy named Veckel, lost his leg about a year ago to the thing. Vicious creature. But somebody managed to bring the head back here. I'd mount that in a second."
Sounds like an interesting specimen.
Then there's either slay or form a peace treaty or alliance with the kobolds. That's fun.
Oh.
I do
There
know
you go.
Draconic.
We killed them.
And if you happen to be in the woods, if you come across any tassel worms, that'd be a great trophy to mount as well. Maybe bring in some people.
Tassel worms?
Tassel worms. They're like a small dragon.
Oh, worm with a Y.
Worm with a Y.
Shit. Okay.
Can,
that's
can
a
I
good one.
recall knowledge about those?
You sure can.
Such an important letter. Why?
Uh-huh.
Well, it makes all the difference.
It really does.
Sure does.
Oh, it's still a secret, but there's my roll.
All right, tassel worms. Give me 1 sec. So they are like human-sized snakes with arms and a dragon's head. Distant relatives of dragons. They can actually speak Draconic, but they're not smart. And they don't use magic. They do have a certain level of cunning, though, but they don't hoard treasure like true dragons.
Oh, my recall knowledge doesn't do anything.
No, it sends me a list of what you rolled for various assorted skills.
Oh, okay.
That was a good roll.
My combat rolls have been terrible, so I gotta make up for it somehow, I suppose.
So Snow Maple, you're aware of these creatures as well. They are moderately tough. Not as agile as one would think. And so Snow Maple, you're aware that they're hardy beasts. But despite their kind of serpentine look, they're not very agile. So their fortitude save is their highest, their reflex save is their lowest.
So they're dangerous on the straightaway, but they don't corner well.
Yep. Professor, you are aware that they like to like wrap themselves around people and kind of grab them, and then belch poisonous gas in their face.
Yikes.
Good to know. And where did you say we could find these, Oleg?
Oh, they reside in the forest.
Cool. Okay.
Oh, and he kind of like waits until Svetlana's out like cleaning up. He's like, I know she would never ask for this, but if you happen to find her wedding ring amongst the bandits and bring that back, it would mean the world to her.
Yeah, did she make a list for us?
Of course.
Yeah, it's like relatively mundane gear, you know, the best she can have. She deliberately did not list her wedding ring.
I'm gonna add it on the list.
But yes, there are a variety of quests available here at Oleg's Trading Post.
So Oleg, you said you had some supplies. I know you already gifted us some. But do you have any more antidotes we could buy?
That's the last I got until Vulcan comes through with some more.
Damn. Okay.
Thanks for sparing what you can.
Speaking of, though, if you're not going to use the armor and the arrows and stuff, I could use that to sell to hunters and maybe start to recoup some of my losses.
Yeah. We'll leave him all the gear from those guys, except for the composite bow.
Yeah.
Can we check that out?
Yep. So a composite bow, it basically has propulsive, so you get to add half your strength bonus to damage.
That's probably better for you than me, because currently I don't have a strength bonus.
Yes, please. I think I already have arrows. If not, I'll also get a quiver full of arrows, but that's all I'll take.
Should be more than enough arrows.
Yeah. I think I actually started with a short bow, now that I think about it.
I'm keeping 20 arrows on hand. That's 2 units worth of arrows, according to the inventory machine.
Yep.
2 bushel of arrow.
Perfect. Alright. After you guys are done supper, and the radish soup, it actually does, if you're suffering any conditions, it gives you a chance to remove them.
Oh, okay. Shake off stuff.
Yep.
Nice.
Other than that, the trial.
Yeah, so Father Hall's gonna set up chairs. I mean, it's not much, but there's gonna be an audience and a place for people to give their statements, and a place for the judge to sit. The whole 9 yards, as best we can, which is pretty pretty primitive at the moment, I think. Probably in the courtyard here.
Snow Maple's fully willing to play along.
Sorry, real quick. Tristan just wants to make sure he's got a good description of these radishes.
Okay, yep. So yeah, to your understanding, they look like normal radishes, but the white parts glow slightly in moonlight.
Oh, that's distinctive.
Yeah. Gathering radishes by moonlight.
That's right.
Killing
boars.
bandits by daylight. Yep.
Killing boars, bandits, boars, and kobolds by daylight? Yeah, there you go.
We might be able to make friends with the kobolds. Wouldn't that be something?
Here's hoping. I bet you they're industrious little fellows.
Father Hall, you get an area kind of cleared away for your little courtroom.
Flower, can you act as the bailiff, please?
Sure can. Just tell me what that is, and what I need to do with it.
Mostly just drag them in here and hit them.
Oh, I can
if
drag
they
them, yeah.
Misbehave.
I can do both of those things.
I think it's all rise, honorable judge Liam Hall presiding. Is that what it is?
Justicar Liam Hall, but
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Carry on.
Gentlemen, you were in front of a Justicar. You were accused of banditry. The unfortunate thing for you is that you attempted banditry in front of me. So we can disperse with a bunch of this legalese if you'd like. And one of you can go back to your boss and tell them that we are here and that we are coming. And the other one gets to hang. Who would like to talk first?
I try to give the guy that with the guy that I knocked out earlier. That we talked about strategy. I'm gonna try to give him a wink. Go for it.
Now's the time.
Yeah.
Well, if we make our way back, they'll just Kessel will just kill us anyway.
Perhaps, but we'll do it cleanly. And we'll bury you and give you a headstone. I'll give you rights to Phantasma. If you'd like, for someone else.
So our choices are hang here or make our way back and get butchered.
Your choices are to do the right thing and to tell us everything we need to know about this particular bandit camp. Or I hang you. Yes, it's the law. I am a justicar. We are, by writ, given authority to arrest you.
And the one that talked looks over at Flower and says, like, I already told him everything that I know.
Flower will actually at that just nod. Yeah.
When you nod, yeah, when you nod, he like kind of backs up a little bit, like he's expecting your nod to kind of carry you forward. like he's super jumpy around you.
As one should be.
I mean, we can go back to the camp and tell them that you're here. It's not going to change what they do.
One of you will. The other one will hang.
And again, the guy that was intimidated just looks over at the other one and says, like, I never did like you anyway. It's like, hang him. I'll tell them everything you want me to tell them. Not going to change anything, but I'll tell them.
It'll change a great deal for you.
Just keep him away from me. And he points at Flower.
Father, they don't like me.
Well, that's kind of what you do, right?
I wouldn't take it personal, Flower.
Oh, he says it with a big smile.
All right, the one that's cooperating can have a conversation with Moot Pint and the professor. And if he behaves and gives information, then we'll send him on his way as a warning to the bandit camp.
Oh, we already handled the information gathering.
And we'll try it again. The other one, Flower, the Gallows. Banditry is punishable by death, according to the writ. Attacking a justicar is punishable by death. He hangs till he's dead.
Father Hall, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure.
I think sending this fellow back will probably get him killed. And maybe warn them that we're coming. I don't know if either of those are probably the best use of resources.
Oh, I thought it only fair that we'd let him know that we were coming. Mr. Daglord.
I understand your wish to give them a fair shot, but maybe maybe this isn't the right time for that yet.
Oh, I don't let him go. Pretty much have to hang him, yeah?
Well, how about like a work release program? Oleg seems
Okay.
overworked. Maybe we can put him to work here.
Hard time.
And I sort of look over at the guy, and kind of show him the fun. I'm sure you can make it very clear that if he doesn't behave well, and takes advantage of Oleg and Svetlana's hospitality, that things will perhaps go very much worse for him. But I think if we give him a chance to repent, and maybe he'll become a contributing member of society.
All right. Oleg, would you accept this man as indentured servitude, I suppose?
There is precedence for that.
I was ready to nail him to the outside of the wall as a warning to others. But, sure.
I'm just saying the law doesn't really hold a lot of water without the hope of redemption.
Well, you're not wrong. Sir, I'm not sure what your name is, but
Tomas.
See, Thomas.
Thomas, will you serve this family in this place for the next, let's say, 5 years in exchange for your life?
I mean, it's the best option I got, right?
That's the only option you have. Or you could join your friend on the Gallows.
Wasn't my friend.
All the more reason.
More what you would call a work acquaintance.
There's a legend that Abadar priests can make a sigil and brand it to your forehead. So I'm aware if you break your promise.
My head is still real sore, so I'm not big on the branding thing. But my options are, work here, make amends, or swing at the end of a rope. I'm going to take the work here option.
All right. Thomas, I hope you choose a better path. And you have this option. You can choose a better path now.
Now, Thomas, I'm sure we don't have to tell you what'll happen if we come back and find that you've hurt these nice people or run off. Like, we don't have to discuss that, right?
No, I get the gist of it.
All right, good. See, look at him. He's already making better choices.
Well, let's cement that choice. Hang the other one.
The other guy does put up a fight, but not much of one.
The law is the law.
It's like, Tomas, I thought we were friends. What are you doing? It's like, Tomas is like, every man for himself. But yes, you guys can take the other guy out and string him up to the gallows.
Does the gallows hold?
I can't remember. Did anybody give me a crafting roll for that?
I don't think so, actually.
I think Moot Pint got you a 12,
Oh,
if I remember correctly.
All right. So you take him up to the gallows, and Hang him up. Who's going to be your court executioner?
Dibs.
Yeah,
I'm
go for
thinking
it.
flower. Yeah.
Okay. So,
I'll just make sure I've got a knife in hand in case it doesn't take.
so you take him up to the gallows. Flower, you don't notice anything unusual.
I'm looking. It's just like, okay.
And you put the rope on him, and you hit the trapdoor. Trapdoor drops, and he falls, but he is not hanging. He's like his feet are on the ground. The rope isn't taut, and then you realize that you got a halfling to make the gallows, and it doesn't. It's not built to human size specifications.
Moot point.
I think at this point,
Can I have him catch the ready dagger I've got, Chris?
Yep.
It's like he's wearing a pair of wooden overalls.
Close enough.
We're gonna have to practice this.
Perspective.
But before he gets the impulse to run.
I think like this happens, and Flower just kind of like the what the fuck, like hands up, like, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you're a dwarf. It all looks like it's the right size.
Yeah. It's like, why didn't this work?
And the guy's just standing there kind of bewildered momentarily, and then catches a knife in the, chest.
Okay, we'll do it that way. That's fine.
Because I'm assuming
Thank you, Snowbip.
I'm assuming Snow Maple is not cutting him free.
No. He's got the rope around his neck. He did hang, kind of. Close enough.
So, Snow Maple,
Yeah.
there's something to be said about letting this prisoner free and warning his boss.
I know, but even if we do set him free, unless we take him with us, we're gonna get there first.
Or we could let him go and give them the option to just leave.
No. That's no. We want to reduce the bandit population,
Yeah.
not give them a chance to set up somewhere else.
Tomas is like, you already said I was off the hook if I stayed here to help these guys.
Oh yeah, you're good.
No, I could change my mind whenever I want to.
Oh come on now, that's not lawful.
It very much is. Like, literally is. All right, we'll do it your way.
Give him a chance.
We'll keep him here. If he misbehaves, Flower will probably crush his skull.
Yeah. He knows
we'll-
that.
We'll go see what these bandits are up to.
Alrighty. After the trial, everybody can get a night's sleep, so everybody can hit the rest button.
Work hard, Thomas. I've been trying hard for you.
I appreciate that, I do. Just keep that psychotic dwarf away from me and I'll be fine. Like, you don't threaten to crush a guy's hands.
Believe it or not, that's pretty mild for threats when it comes from him.
I love that he's more scared of the dwarf than the judge. It's perfect.
The other day, he was really focused on skulls. It was a whole thing.
The next day, as you get up, it is a downpour outside.
Wait, no. Weather report says sunny.
Yep, but the actually rolled for a weather hazard, which is a downpour.
Oh no, it's a sun shower.
It's a heavy sun shower. So basically, anything vision-based is at a -1 penalty. Creatures that are more than 100 feet away are concealed, and visibility of any type is reduced to a half mile or less. So yeah, the clouds above are dark. The rain is coming down. It is a miserable day to set off. But you do get to set off.
In the morning, I'd like to change my lore skill to Tasselworm lore.
Okay.
And I'd like to just study up on them and see if I can discern, like, what does their poison do?
That's a really specific lore skill.
Yep. And the way lores work is the more specific it is, the easier it is to recall information because it comes up so rarely. As a thaumaturge with a tome implement, he gets to basically choose a lore each day.
So is it just pick whatever lore you want it to be, and that's a valid thing, or is there a list of them, or?
Basically, it's general skill is based off a creature type, like society for humanoids, nature for animals. But then you could have like rodent lore. So if you're dealing with like rats or mice or bunnies or any sort of rodent, it would be easier. And then you could have rat lore, which would make it even easier if you're dealing with rats.
Okay.
It's just, as a thaumaturge, one of his things is his magic book is just crammed full of useless shit to most people.
I've got the Pathfinder lore one, so I assume that's going to be fairly general.
It is. It'll largely deal with like
Exploring and such?
explorer type stuff, like ancient ruins, ancient artifacts,
Gotcha.
lost civilizations, that sort of thing is what the Pathfinder Society deals with.
Indiana Jones type nonsense.
Indiana Jones stuff. All right, but yes, you can get up and your book has magically changed itself to Tatzelworm lore. The Tatzelworm poison with a 16 will get you some basics anyway. It gradually it's like a close range, like poisonous vapor that it kind of breathes into a nearby creature. It can do some soft tissue damage and weaken you. So basically, success you're sickened, failure you take damage or enfeebled, critical failure you take more damage or enfeebled for longer.
Gotcha.
So it's designed to make their prey weaker so they can grab them up and eat them.
Cool. That makes sense. All right.
Ooh, before we leave, is there any chance Oleg has anything like a gas mask? Because I saw those on the equipment list.
He does not, unfortunately.
All right.
I mean, once bandits are dealt with, or since the road to Rostov, he can see about getting one in for you.
Yeah, no worries.
So you might take a week or so.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
I mean, I'm gonna have to get some supplies from Brevoy anyway to set up shop. So
we'll see what we can salvage from the bandit camp.
Excellent, and yeah, I'll get the order ready, and then you can let me know.
Okay.
All right, and you guys set off. So, which hex would you like to go to on this map?
Well, we can do the wooded hex, and it'll cost us 2. Or we can do the plains hex and then the lowlands hex, and then into the forest. And it'll be about the same.
Yep.
So,
And we can maybe avoid tassel worms for the time being.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So, what do you guys think? Take the open trail, as it were, and then into the woods.
That's what I'm thinking.
I can get.
Yeah,
behind that.
I think that sounds great.
What's the area on a hex?
Sorry.
Like, what's the area on a hex? Like, how much area does it cover?
They're 12-mile hexes.
Okay. So, our radishes should be theoretically in that second hex south, right?
Oh, that's fair. So we might find some radishes in the green hex right here.
Oh, and we'd be getting there in the evening?
Yeah,
Ooh.
if the moon's out, they might be shining.
South from Oleg's would put the radish patch here.
In there. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We can hit it on the way back.
Right, so like, because 16 miles from Oleg, so partway through the plains hex and then into the forest hex.
That's true. We could go down the longer way and then come back through the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. That sounds fun.
Yeah, when there's less danger of bandits attacking us at night.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll have some sweet loot to help us deal with whatever it is.
Well, Trexton's already got that fancy composite bow.
All right. So you guys.
Just-
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
just hope that Thomas is going to be okay.
I really think we impressed on him. You know, the stakes that he's under. I mean, you take away everything. A man's got nothing left to lose, but you give him something to lose, then he's got a reason to, behave.
Well, we'll find out, I suppose.
Right. So you guys set off into the wilds. Traveling through the Roslyn hinterlands, it's open plains. If it wasn't for the fact that it's pouring down rain, visibility would be pretty exceptional. As a trained ranger, Trexton, you know that you're basically kind of skirting between Oleg's and where Snow Maple saw those spider webs, kind of like splitting the difference between those two. So hopefully the spiders don't range far or stay out of the rain. But it's on your mind that you are close to those spiders.
It was on my mind too, but
Yeah.
we'll definitely keep watch.
I think they need to be bumped up on the priority list at some point.
All right. So it takes one of your exploration actions to move through that hex. With your other one, do you want to continue to travel or do you want to explore this hex?
I think we should keep going. What do you guys think? I think we should keep going and explore the next hex, maybe?
I think we just jump these fools, right?
I just want to make sure we get there before 3 days is passed. So if we skip to the next hex today, we can explore that hex tomorrow and then head for the bandit camp.
I think we do bandits and then we start kind of exploring.
All right, you want to head to the bandits straight away? Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, all right. Seems fair.
Sounds good. But yeah, does forced march give us an extra action, or what does forced marching do for us?
Forced march gives you an extra action. You can forced march a number of consecutive days equal to your constitution modifier.
So we could travel twice and reconnoiter here along the way?
You could.
Yeah, sounds good.
So do you want to travel through this hex or do you want to reconnoiter this hex?
I think we're traveling on.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we want to reconnoiter the bandit camp hex. If
All
we
right.
can.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be tomorrow anyway. All right. And I need a D20 roll. So the day is uneventful as you start to cross over into the green belt, and you can see, well, somewhat because of the rain, but you know that to your west is a large looming forest, and the area that you're traveling through seems to be grassy hills, some trees, some brush here and there, but nothing like that large forest that you can just vaguely see mist shrouded through the rain and the downpour.
Okay.
So that is 2 exploration actions. If you wish to do anything else today, you would need the force march.
I don't think we're that in a rush, are we?
Does everyone have +1 con?
And it is a minimum of +1.
I do not. So if we're rushing today, we're not rushing tomorrow.
Well, we're all on horses though, right?
+3.
Yep.
So all of our horses have like +3 con, I think, or maybe +4.
Some of us have war horses too, so.
Yeah, you could push your horses a little bit. I mean, it's still going to make you physically tired, but...
I think the idea is that at dawn we want to be able to see the camp. So it's either
At dawn,
rush
we
here
try.
and then go, or
Okay.
Again, we're going to do camping activities because now we're into actual shit matters.
Well, we're a little farther away from the spiders, which is good. And we're not yet in the forest, which is also good.
So who would like to prepare a campsite?
I think that's Hall at the moment until Traxton gets up.
Yay, wisdom.
Alright, so you can give me a survival roll. Ooh, 26. 26 is a critical success. So you find a perfect spot for the camp. Any checks to determine encounters at the campsite are 2 more difficult than normal.
The rain is raining on it, and it's actually still dry. Who knew?
Yeah, you find like a little sheltered area, like a little kind of cave overhang, flat ground, no sign of animals. Like a perfect campsite. Right. Camping activities. Would anybody like to camouflage the campsite to make it even harder for things to find you?
What roll is that?
Stealth.
I'm pretty good at stealth, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
So you can give me a stealth roll, whoever would like to camouflage it. 19. Success. Increase the encounter DC for the camp by 1.
All right.
So yeah, so this little like area that Hull has found. Once you get the campsite set up and sleeping bags rolled out and fire going, you kind of like shelter the smoke and otherwise camouflage the entrance to it. Would anybody like to cook a basic meal? Discover a special meal.
Who's our cook so far? Do we have anybody to cook?
I think Traxton wants to.
Yeah.
Do you want to give it a try?
Right now, not especially. I was going to try and gather some more ingredients, and then next time we camp, I'm going to start making stuff, I think.
Okay, perfect. All right. Hunting and gathering.
Okie dokie.
So it is a survival roll.
Okay. There's a 14 on my dice.
Plus 5, so that is a success. So number of basic ingredients equal to the zone's DC, which in the green belt is 16. And 1 special ingredient.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you guys are building up a stockpile of various herbs and spices and stuff, all stuff that's fairly common. None of the companions are with you. Does anybody wish to organize the watches?
Sure.
Okay.
So I've got 30 basic and 4 special. Is that correct?
Yep.
That's what I got too.
All right, cool.
Perfect. All three of us can't be wrong.
Truth.
Right, so
All right.
Perception roll for organizing the watch. 12.
Really?
So with the rain and everything, you're not sure what sort of signal is going to be the best, like what'll carry. You don't want to be too loud because you don't want to let the spiders know that you're here. So you don't actually manage to get them organized in any meaningful way. No penalties because it's not a critical failure, just no benefits.
Okay.
A critical failure, incidentally, when you're organizing the watch means while you're doing it, you attract unwanted attention and make an immediate check to see if there's a random encounter. Does anybody want to just relax?
Sure.
Are the other companions with us?
No, they're staying back at Oleg's just in case any more bandits come.
Okay, I'll just I will cook a basic meal.
So they
All
can
right.
keep an eye on Thomas then.
They will keep an eye on Thomas then. Alright, a basic meal. So 2 ingredients per serving as well as the day's rations. And when it comes time to eat, you'll make a survival check. Does anybody wish to tell a campfire story?
Yeah, I'd like to tell a campfire story.
Alright.
And we're in we have an overhang.
Yep.
Could I use Bullhorn to get a +1 bonus to an auditory performance check?
You can.
Okay.
For my stealth roll.
Well, they still won't see us. You know?
Yeah. They'll just hear the concert in the woods, that's all.
But I was I was an effective professor, so looking at Flower, I know how to keep a student engaged. So I will use Bullhorn to make it more exciting for him.
I do like the fact that if you heighten Bullhorn to 7th level, so if you're a 13th level caster, it's your voice can be heard up to a mile away.
Oh god.
14. Apparently a lot of the nuance gets lost in the echo. No additional benefit. And,
Umbrella, Ella.
And Father
Your last story was better.
And it just goes on for too long.
And Father Liam, you kind of gather up the rations from folks and cook them over the fire with some of the twigs and berries and various assorted things.
Does that use 12, I think? Of our...
It does. Everybody gets to decide whether they're going to eat what Father Hall creates or whether they're just going to eat their basic rations.
I'll eat the father's cooking.
Yeah, same. Saves on rations? Sure.
Can't make fun of it if we don't try it.
Exactly.
It actually doesn't save on rations, but if he rolls well enough, it gives you a boost.
Okay, cool.
Is there a recipe about to be discovered here, or?
No, he's just like thrown together some whey bread, and if we soften it with some of this rainwater, and we throw in these roots and herbs that we found.
Rabbit we got the other day.
There's just some flavoring up. I got excited for a second there.
Yeah. All right. So that'll take 12 of your basic ingredients, but unfortunately a 14 is not enough. So it's palatable, doesn't make anybody sick, but you're like, really? All that effort for this?
Keep working on it, Father.
Stick to judging.
Well,
Food
you
is food.
cook it yourself if you'd rather.
Food is food. Starts shoveling food.
At least you left enough for me to try tomorrow.
And the last thing is I will get somebody to roll a d20 for me for a random encounter.
Oh no.
Oh,
Noof.
just so you guys are aware, random encounters are flat checks because there's always a question. High roll means random encounter, low roll means no random encounter.
Okay.
Figured I might as well use my powers for good.
There you go. So your first day, actually on your own, adventuring in the territory that will one day be yours, is quiet, unassuming, uneventful. Eventually, the rain stops as you guys start to set up your camp for the evening. Everybody takes their appointed watches. Nothing comes. No giant spiders come in the middle of the night to eat you.
So many dice.
Yeah, I don't know why I rolled so many dice for weather. There should not have been that many. So I'll go with the first ones. So no precipitation, no weather event, and it is sunny. Nice.
Oh, sweet.
It's like triple sunny.
So you guys get up in the morning. Birds are chirping. It's moderately warm in that early spring way. No sign of anything finding your camp in the middle of the night because it was so well hidden. You guys are going to make your way towards the bandits?
Yep.
Find some heretics.
All right. So it's going to take 2 actions. It takes 2 actions to move through the hex, the forest hex. So
But we just want to move into it.
So yeah, so as you move into it, it gives you time to explore around. You know, somewhere along the river is where Thomas said the camp was.
Yeah.
So you find the river, start following it, kind of like northish. You know, he's got to be fairly close to Oleg's, because of the fact that they arrive at Oleg's early in the morning means that they're probably fairly close. So you start following it north. You guys do notice that Traxton seems to have a tattoo on his hand that he can kind of hold up and concentrate on. And it kind of like focuses and allows him to align with which direction is north. Which you can easily verify with the Wayfinder as well. So you have two different...
I was gonna say I can verify that with the Wayfinder.
Yep. So you've got two different methods of determining direction, which will probably come in handy at some point.
Trust but verify. That's the thing, right?
That is the thing. And around noon-ish, as you're making your way up the river, I will get Traxton to give me a perception roll. He's normally the one keeping watch. Oh, he's AFK. There we go.
Okay.
I need a perception roll from Traxton.
Oh, okay. 13.
Oh, nice. Plus 7 perception. All right, so a 20 total. So yeah, you can see signs of a little bit of a trail, enough to indicate that there's activity in the area. You're probably getting close to the bandit camp.
Okay. Foot traffic primarily?
Foot traffic.
Okay. I will disseminate that information amongst the group.
Are we close enough that I can maybe sneak ahead a little bit and reconnoiter the camp a little bit?
You can, if you would like. You can give me a stealth roll.
Do I have any sort of judge on the distance? Like, they're not going to be going like minutes ahead of us or anything, are they?
No.
Okay.
It's basically at the point where Snow Maple can move ahead a little bit, get some eyes on, and then you guys can probably for next session come up with a plan.
Sure. Gotcha. Many secrets.
Sneaky sneak roll.
Sneaky roll.
Secret weather, secret dice, secret rolls. They're all secret.
I don't know. I just pushed the button for
Oh, yeah.
sneaking.
Yep.
That's what I said.
All right. So Snow Maple, you move ahead of the group, and you can see. Well, here I'll show everybody the map. You guys are approaching this map from the south.
Oh, nice.
Gotcha. That's good.
Yeah, it's literally just a camp. You do see that there's 2 guard platforms.
It's a nice looking map, though.
Dungeon Alchemist.
Yeah.
But the trees don't wave and break everyone's computer.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they look really cool when you do animated maps, but yeah, they need to be optimized a little bit better. So there are two guard platforms, a couple of tents, a little bit of a campfire with a couple of like logs kicked over for benches. There's a little bit of a little wagon over on the side. Doesn't look like there's any mounts or anything for the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
There are.
The guard towers are those square, what looks like piles of lumber.
Yep.
Yeah. Pallet. They're pallet wood. Pallet wood
Yeah.
guard posts.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Each of the guard posts has somebody on watch, and you can tell that they also have like a little, like a dinner bell sort of thing, like an alarm bell.
A triangle.
Right.
How tall is it?
They're about 10 feet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it literally looks like it's just a slightly elevated platform.
Yeah, they're not like huge watchtowers or anything. It's enough to give them some visibility, but most importantly, it's a handy shooting platform.
Yeah.
Right. So you kind of creep up. So I just got my reminder about hero points.
Do.
So you kind of creep up and you kind of get eyes on it. You see there's, true to Tomas's word, there's about a half dozen or so individuals. And there's this woman over by the campfires, by the tents, who seems to be giving orders to folks. You're not close enough to overhear what she's saying. Like she's not bellowing at them or anything, but seems to be engaged in conversation with them. And she's got like a hatchet on each side of her belt.
Yeah, that's fairly distinctive.
So yeah, you kind of get the lay of the land, like, and as you're about to back up, she kind of like cocks her head, like she notices something.
I will go still.
And she kind of motions for people. She's like, and you can tell by her hand motions that she's basically getting people, like, people are like getting their weapons ready. Like, she thinks that there's something up. Doesn't know where you are. Basically, at this point, you were previously undetected, but because her perception is higher than theirs, you're hidden from her. So she knows there's something around. She just doesn't know exactly where.
Failed the vibe check.
Balls.
But this is where we will pick things up next time.
Awesome.
Okay.
But for dealing with the bandits, everybody gets 60 XP.
Nice.
And we will pick up with this the Thorn River Bandit Camp next time.
Awesome. Thanks for running.
Perfect.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We'll see you in the next one.
I've got 532.
Yep,
Match up
532
with-
seems right. Next time.